Thank you.
order. Supervisor Gogan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, presentations. Item 1.1, adopt a proclamation recognizing the retirement of Director of Trinity County Cooperative Extension Program, Larry Ferrero. Correct. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the retirement of Director of Trinity County Cooperative Extension Program, Larry Ferrero. Whereas Larry has served as the Livestock and Natural Resource and County Director of Cooperative Extension for over 30 years, and whereas a county native, Larry's knowledge of people and places has proven invaluable in effectively representing the county, and whereas Larry has continually fought to bring the resources of the University of California to Trinity County, including funding, personnel, and programs, and whereas Larry has managed a diverse set of programs, including forestry, 4-H, master gardeners, and CalFresh Healthy Living with enthusiasm and humor, and whereas Larry has been a staunch supporter of the youth of the county through 4-H, junior livestock auctions, and Trinity County Fair activities, and whereas Larry pursues an innovative partnership between Trinity County Resource Conservation District and the Young Family Ranch Foundation, which placed the Cooperative Extension Office at the Young Family Ranch in a productive position to serve the community, and whereas through his expertise, publications, and connections, Larry has kept Trinity County residents informed of the latest agricultural technologies and regulations, and whereas Larry's friendly, engaging, and low-key manner has resulted in many accomplishments and has been positive face for the University of California, and now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity thank Larry for his dedication and service as the Director of the University of California Cooperative Extension and wish him and his wife Lynn a happy and healthy retirement. Duly passed and adopted this 5th day of July 2022 by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity.
Mr. Chair, even though it strikes me as very difficult to move on a retirement of somebody that's younger than me, I do want to approve this motion, move to approve the motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox? Aye. Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Okay. Larry, come up, we'll present him with proclamation. We'll get a picture with all of you guys.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
Front and center.
You have to stand in front.
Oh, God. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Don't do that.
That's all right.
Chairman Frazier, Honorable Board, thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. It's, as was mentioned, native of Trinity County. It does hold a place in my heart. Just a quick update. You're really not going to get rid of me. I am going to come back on a very limited basis to do the administrative stuff in the near term as we sort out how we're going to manage stuff, not only on the Trinity side, but in Shasta over the coming months. But I will tell you, I'm really pleased to report we have closed on a nutrition family consumer science position that'll serve Trinity County. Also, I'm hopeful we're going to get that person hired in August. We're going to do interviews. We're interviewing this week for a community for a rural community development advisor, be headquartered in Del Norton Humboldt, but will be assigned to Trinity County. And then our forester, who I'm really disappointed to say left. You know, Rick Satome, I really enjoyed him. He took a job or transferred to Sutter Yuba County, but I've been allocated that position. So I'm gonna make sure that we get that position, you know, filled, and then in the short term figure out how to justify refilling the livestock natural resource position. So that's sort of what my role is going to be in the coming months, and probably working at about a 25% capacity. But if you need something, call me, call the Reading office. They can run me down. And again, I have appreciated the opportunity to you know, work here and, you know, grow up here. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think there's somebody else that wants to speak.
Sorry, I can't. My name's Carol Fall, Covington Mill. I can't miss the opportunity to embarrass my boss in public. So I was originally hired by UC Cooperative Extension in 2003. I'm now retired. Larry hired me for a short-term, part-time position doing a wine grape cost study, which is where I met Supervisor Groves. When that funding ended, he kept finding pots of money, little pots of money to keep me going to do projects that would help Trinity County. So the Heritage Orchard Project, which I still get questions about, the Small Farm Program, doing the promoting of agritourism and farmers markets, all the workshops on forest management, how to custom sawn lumber, carbon credits for forest landowners, how to meet the new regulations for water monitoring, you name it. Bringing in grants like the Preserve America grant and finding funding from the University of California to fix up the Young Family Ranch. Starting the Master Gardener program, which has, you know, resulted in thousands of hours of volunteer time to the community. So all those little things over the years, there's a long list of projects that he brought to the county that doesn't include all the livestock, helping livestock producers and 4-H and cow fresh. And so I just wanted to say, I don't think the people in the county realize how much Larry has brought, that there's a huge hole when he's retiring, and that he has huge shoes for someone else to fill. So thanks, Larry.
All right.
Thank you for your kind words.
Public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Public comment.
Good morning. You have a couple of items on the agenda that are for bringing income into the county through taxes. We have a burden on the taxpayers already. They don't need to have more put on them. Wait a minute. What you need to do is that you need to have more income, not taxes. And the way you do that is that you follow the law that the state of California did a long time ago with low-density housing, where people can get a house built without a building permit and put it on the tax roll and have it as income for the county. The law says if you live in a rural county, you shall do it. I took it to the planning director when it first came out, and the building inspector said that he would never let it happen in Trinity County. It should happen, it needs to happen. You guys complain that we have no housing. We need to let people build homes. That way you'll have a tax base. Well, property taxes of people, that's where your income is in the tax base. Not charging more money to the few people we already have living here. And I built a house for Dr. Stanton in the 70s, we paid $450 for the building permit. The last time the house sold was for $1 million. The property taxes based on that. Yes, the $450 was nothing, but so you're not losing anything by not collecting building permit, as long as you have it on record where the people have a house and they pay property taxes. And the other thing that you need to think about is that you have people who want to grow cannabis that can't because they have no dwellings on their property, and you guys won't give them a building permit. You're losing property taxes from the house, and you're losing income from the cannabis. And you guys really need to think about that.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment? Any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay. We're supposed to do it. But with that, we will close public comment and move on to reports and announcements. So, item 2.11, reports from department heads. Do we have any department heads who wish to report out? None?
We have a couple department heads on Zoom, but I don't see them unmuting or raising their hand or anything.
Okay. Report from County Administrative Officer.
Okay, I do have a few things I'd like to share. So in the last few weeks, we've had some workshops on the county strategic plan with some department heads and a couple board members. And we do plan to have a final draft to present to you in the near future. So we're still putting that together. I will be spending most of the month of July working with Craig and Susie to review all county department budgets for 22-23. And I continue to have bi-weekly meetings with the general plan consultants. And let's see here. And I did participate in a discussion with RCNC and Supervisor Brown to discuss some funding opportunities for broadband expansion. So that was very interesting. And then also just to let you know, we are still waiting for cost information from IT and Recorder's Office to look into the America Rescue Plan funding that we want to bring to you for proposals on how to spend the remainder of the funding for county general staff and other areas. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. We'll start with you, Supervisor Brown.
Nothing new to report, and no out of contract.
Supervisor Gogan. Nothing new to report. So fairly weak report outs. I have nothing to report either, and no out of county travel. So Supervisor Cox.
I'm in the same game. I've been working hard on a lot of projects, and I don't have any kind of finality to be able to say, you know, in public atmosphere at this time. So.
Supervisor Groves, have you done anything?
Yes, we've really been kind of slacking here. No, I have no new reports.
All right, well then this time, I'll let you start out. We will remember to do our cannabis cultivation ad hoc report out this meeting. So if you want to start that, and I left my notebook in the pickup, so I don't, well, I'm going to have to wing
Let's
it.
see, hang on a second, I do have something here.
I think I left it.
So I don't know, Sean, were you going to report out at this meeting?
Not this one, the next one.
Okay, all right. So the process is still moving forward. We have, as of last week, we had 26 approved licenses. There was more being noticed, so the process is still slower than we'd like it to be, but it is moving forward. You know, when I say 26 approved licenses, there were 16 issued, and then we had more to be noticed. So hopefully those are just about done, if not done. There It's been much less public interest in the meetings. Very few people are now coming to the public meetings. We still have a lot of interest from the cannabis group and still large frustration that they've missed this season. Not a lot of understanding why. It's an extremely complex process. We do have our consultants coming soon to report to the board of how this process works. The number one reason that we see the process to be slow is that the quality of the Appendix Cs are not what would be considered the quality of normal Appendix Cs, say if you're building a road or a bridge, that some of these consultants are not experts in the field and are learning as they go. We also had a screw up internally where we had Appendix Cs and issues that were sent in to our emails that got lost, and so that caused an internal problem that has since been fixed. Staffing has been increased greatly, and so very quickly, if not already, we have virtually a full staff up in there in the office. So that's a good thing, and we are continuing to do inspections. The last number that I saw was around 180 inspections have been done. We have around 310, 20 appendices that has been submitted. It's been decided that Helix and LACO will stop doing inspections once they finish their 120, and then that will be relied all on our staff now that our staff's built up. We have 3 environmental specialists that are going to start taking over and overseeing that process as they build up, but that does not mean that LACO and Helix are going to go away anytime soon. Let's see. We have of course today we have the retail ordinance coming, and then next meeting we have the processing ordinance coming. And then Heidi will hopefully work on the details of our medical personal use ordinance. I think that's going to be a little more contentious than people realize. And then she's also working on cleaning up some of the administrative things in our standard ordinance. And with her time, I think that's about all she's going to be able to accomplish before she leaves us. And then at that point, I guess we'll decide as a board if we try to find another consultant and move forward on other issues. So I guess that's unless Dan jogs my memory here.
I think that's the most important part. I think the biggest takeaway from our ad hoc meetings lately has been the fact that the department is staffing up, and it looks like we might actually make it over the top of the hump where we can start to have a functional program, and I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So hopefully we continue that forward progress and get away from having the ad hoc and rely more on Sean and Ed to function as a program. So I'm hopeful that we're going to make it through the tough part of the cannabis program sooner rather than later. It looks like we're actually progressing, so that's a good thing.
And I'll go ahead and add some. The governor's trailer bill is been signed. There's some interesting things in there that we need to study a little more. One is that they talked about that the state is going to do a tax, make illegals tax liable for their share of the taxes. that they're not paying, and so that brings back to, we can discuss later, that if you would, the board would like me to bring up the illegal county tax proposal that I've had around for a long time. The last times I brought that up, it doesn't seem to be there a lot of interest, but maybe it should be brought up for us to discuss. Secondly, it was brought to my attention that somebody had asked about the general plan and the money that goes into the general plan and the ability that we have going, and was questioning how much the cannabis put into it versus other activities. And so I pulled those numbers, or I pulled back. Susie pulled the numbers. Susie's sole job is to make us look smart, and she does a very good job of that. But so in the numbers that direct from the cannabis into the general plan fund, is 70% has come directly from the cannabis licenses, and then so roughly, I'm going to talk real rough numbers, is 1.5 million is come from the licenses, and then there's another $650,000 again roughly that have come from other activities in the county. We don't have the ability to break those out, or probably Susie does, but I don't want to take all of her time to break out how much of that money came from other cannabis activities. But very safe to say that 70% of that general fund money come directly from cannabis licensing fees. So people understand that. So yeah, I think that sums it up. Any questions from the gang?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. With Waco and Helix stepping out of the inspection part, is that because we have enough people to do those inspections now?
I think there's a couple of issues. I think our director, and I don't mean to speak for him, he can jump up and correct me, but that he feels more comfortable with the inspections of our people that have been trained by us. Two, LACO in the end, and Helix are taking away from doing Appendix Cs. It's not like they have a whole division of people that are sitting around waiting to inspect. So it's decided that time is better spent for them to be processing the paperwork that comes through. And yes, the fact is that we have staffed up and that we have the ability to do it where we didn't before.
So another question I have is, of the 300 prospective appendices that we have coming in, what percentage so far has failed for whatever reasons that they may have failed?
Well, at this point, to my understanding, there's been none that are totally failed. So if we have around, let's say 30, so 90% are still in the process. And a lot of those have been, 50 or so of those have been within the past 3 weeks, and we're part of the ones that got lost in the email issue that we had, which has been fixed. But yeah, there's been nobody that says, okay, you can't participate anymore. It's just right. Okay.
I got it. The next thing is that 2.1 million you just mentioned the cannabis brings into the county. 70% of that, say 1.7 or something. We will be doing without that for the majority of this year for the general plan, I guess.
Yes, that's an issue. One of the reasons the general plan after the TAA lawsuit shut down all the monies coming into the county was that we were a little nervous that if we could get this process going, Richard had that issue, but we have, I believe the number is 1.9 million still in the fund, and so that gets us probably a couple of years into that process, so we'll start getting monies in. If we get 300,000 or 300 grows or 250, I'm sure we can still pull this off at getting $250,000 a year, and then maybe another $50,000 a year from other activity. I would anticipate that this process, that we need, again, real round numbers, another 1.1 million to get us around the $3 million number to get a general plan that we feel is high quality, in depth. And as we talked previously, that maybe we try to get thrown in the economic sides and some things as we go, that part of that will depend on if we can afford it.
So at the pace we're going, this 2.1 million or 1.7 million towards the general plan will be considerably less, I guess. 1,000 to
The goal, the huge goal that I think is very achievable, if the applicants stay aggressive with it, is, you know, as of, we now are 360 days away from having to be full CEQA compliant at the state level. And that there'll be no more licenses issued, no more provincial licenses issued at the state level. So where other places aren't being allowed to grow, that I believe that if we're getting 5 to 10 of these through a week, that we will get everybody through that wants to be through by this time next year. And
July 2023.
yes, and so they will be able to roll, and at that point, I really do believe that this county's going to be in a better position than a lot of counties, or most of the counties, because we will, especially if the state accepts the county CEQA as their CEQA, then there's no more hurdles to jump at that point. So if we do that math and we get, 5 to 10, we get through that process.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair Fisher, before you move on to, were you ready to move on to this, Chair?
Yeah.
Could I double back
On
on my own personal report out?
Oh, I guess you found something in
I
your
did.
notes? Okay, go ahead.
No, in my brain. I need to be better at taking notes as things go along from one meeting to the next. But there's just been a huge success accomplished in our local ambulance. So Trinity County Life Support, that became Trinity Life Support when we passed the tax to, we passed two ballot measures, if you recall. So they became a special district, and then we created a board, and we passed a tax that went with that because you have to have a funding source. And when we didn't pass our first one at $89 a parcel or whatever that was, and then we passed our second one at around $45 a parcel, it wasn't sufficient to continue to maintain the operations of the ambulance, and they saw themselves more and more having difficulty to maintain payroll and continue those operations. So the long story short is that the hospital has taken over not the ambulance, but the employees. So all of the Trinity Life Support employees are now employees of the hospital. Payroll comes through them. That tax is still very much needed and very much appreciated because that is going to repair and replace the ambulances themselves and the equipment that is needed. And so with this new structure, which is just thanks in a huge part to several players, we've got a couple of board members who saw the potential. We've got a CFO at the hospital who did a lot of digging into how reimbursements work. The fact that the hospital is able to get larger reimbursements from the calls that are run just because of the structure of how that operates than the ambulance was able to do as its own entity. Now the numbers work. Now we are able to pay those medics and EMTs a wage that is far more reasonable than what it was. We've even had more people come and apply already. And so this is just a huge, huge win. And finally made it through the LabCo process, and now we can truly report out just this wonderful success. So my hat's off to the hospital board and to that wonderful CEO that we have there, CEO at the hospital, Aaron Rogers, and just appreciate so much the hard work that everyone has done.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted on by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on the item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. Any requests of items to be pulled? Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve as presented to us.
All right.
Consent agenda.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Gross?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gokin?
Aye.
Chairman Fraser?
Aye.
Thank you.
Right. I missed the beat. Okay, public hearings. Item, planning and zoning, item 4.1, conduct a public hearing and consider taking the following actions regarding the establishment of a cannabis storefront retail ordinance. 1, find the adoption and implementation of this ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant of CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, the common sense exemption, which applies to projects where the activity will not result in significant effect on the environment. 2, introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance establishing Trinity County Code section 17.43H regarding cannabis storefront retail and amending the Trinity County Code section 17.41 regarding marijuana dispensaries and 17.42 regarding medicinal cannabis cultivation regulations. 3, direct staff to develop and bring back for the board approval a local first strategy to encourage cannabis retailers to promote locally grown cannabis and locally produced cannabis products to the greatest extent feasible, including the following: encourage local ownership and management, use of local employees, and the use of locally sourced products, and discourage non-local corporate involvement. 2, encourage stores to stock at least 75% of products from Trinity County sources. 3, encourage stores to stock products from local cannabis appellations and local legacy growers. And then number 4, direct staff to file CEQA notice of exemption within 5 days of this action. No fiscal impact. Okay.
Good morning, Chair, board members, CAO Garza, County Council Long. I'm Sean Connell, the Cannabis Director here for Trinity County. With me on Zoom should be Ms. Heidi Schuden. She is our primary ordinance writer consultant. Today you will be hearing the first reading of the retail ordinance. And with that, I would love to turn it over to Heidi and let her take it from here.
Thank you, Director Connell, and good morning, board members. Are you all able to hear me all right?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate the introduction. Let me walk you through what's changed from when this was last before your board. So as was mentioned, we were before your board on June 21st, and at that regularly scheduled meeting of the board, you directed us to make several specific changes to the draft ordinance and return to this meeting so that you could take another look at it. So here we are. There were 5 areas generally that you directed us to take a look at. The first had to do with opt-outs. You directed staff to review the existing opt-out regulations and modify the draft ordinance to reflect consistency with those prior decisions on the opt-out areas. So what we did was first we took a look and confirmed that the Rush Creek Estates and Lewiston expansion opt-out areas did explicitly exclude all commercial cannabis activity. And therefore, as part of the revised ordinance in front of you today, we recommend that storefront retail be identified as precluded in those areas as well. In addition, commercial cannabis operations within the Trinity jurisdiction of the Whiskey Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area would require authorization from the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture which is unlikely to be attained given the legal status of cannabis at the federal level. So we also recommend that storefront retail be precluded in the NRA. In the other opt-out areas, there's a variety of county restrictions on various cannabis activities. Given that the draft ordinance contains proposed restrictions by zone district and additional buffers and setbacks, as well as requirements for use permits, we recommend no other geographic restrictions be imposed through the ordinance. You'll see the changes that we've proposed in section 17.43H.030E. Secondly, you asked us to take a look at the use permits. In your direction, you directed us to modify the draft ordinance to require a director's use permit for properties in the C1 and C2 zones and a conditional use permit for properties in the HC zone, highway commercial zone, and the SC and ST overlays, that's scenic conservation and special treatment overlays. We reflect those changes primarily in section 17.43H.020A and B. And then there are additional changes to reflect the use permit requirements throughout 5 or 6 different sections in the revised proposed ordinance as well. With respect to changes in chapter 17.42, the board directed us to remove the proposed modifications to section 17.42070 and 080, as well as to remove some words from 17.42050. So these sections that were removed included the unintentionally controversial changes to personal grow regulations that were discussed last time, all of which have been removed from this proposed revised ordinance. So you'll see those reflected primarily in section 3 of the proposed ordinance, specifically under the discussion of section 17.42.050. Regarding the local first strategy, you provided direction to staff on the local first strategy, which is a part of the action that was read just moments ago by the chair, and that is indeed reflected in recommended action number 3, including that the draft strategy should be brought back before your board prior to implementation for your board's review and approval. And then lastly, related to cannabis license term, the board directed that storefront retail licenses initially have a term of 1 year and subsequently a term of 3 years. And that is reflected in section 17.43H.040D. With that, we recommend that your board take the identified actions resulting in enactment of the storefront retail ordinance. The ordinance would come back to you for the second reading on July 19th and then take effect 30 days following that final action. That concludes my staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we can open the public hearing on item 4.1. Do you have anybody in the public that would like to speak? I see hands up on Zoom.
I was going to ask, Chairman, do you want to start with members of the public in the audience, or do you want to start with Zoom?
Well, let's start with Zoom since nobody's jumping up in the audience.
Okay.
There's 2 of us, we're just figuring out who's
Okay.
going to go first. We'll just
We can start with some on Zoom anyway. We have a bunch on Zoom, I'm sure.
Okay. Adrian?
Hey, good morning. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors, for bringing this item back. I apologize I can't be there in person today. I don't have access to a car today. I think that the 2 main points I want to hit on, one is the setbacks. I think the idea of allowing the 600-foot state mandated setbacks unless on-site consumption is present is a great solution. I think that works just fine. So I commend that particular piece. And as far as the DUP versus a CUP in the highway commercial zone, it was discussed quite a bit at the last board meeting that, some findings would need to be developed. I did my best to create those findings. I went through the county code section. I'm trying to get it up on my computer right now, but I'm failing. I think it's 020.2E. reads that, and this is in the primary permitted uses without another use permit in highway commercial, is that office, which was noted at the last meeting, but unfortunately the rest of the sentence wasn't, office or retail in conjunction with other highway commercial uses. Well, that's exactly what any business in highway commercial would need to be able to fulfill, and I fully support that as the existing code. What I tried to include in my letter was that there's nothing in either state or county regulation that would prevent a cannabis retail operation from fulfilling those components of the zoning ordinance. There's no prohibition on whether it's in the regulated space or not. You know, there can be at a site, at a cannabis retail site, there can be spaces that are not part of the cannabis retail premises that could fulfill that component. There could be, you know, limited sales of bottled water and prepackaged food. There could be promotions similar to the Junction City store, which is highway commercial. And I believe they have like raft and bike rental sort of opportunities there. That fulfills for that zoning district. And there is nothing in county or state regulation that would prevent cannabis retail from being able to fulfill those very same functions in the highway commercial zone in total and complete straight down the line conformance with the zoning code. So I believe those are the main points I want to hit. I strongly support cannabis retail and highway commercial, and believe that if we had more time, we could actually find that cannabis retail itself is a tourist function similar to these other items. But unfortunately, we don't have the time to hash that one out. Maybe at another point, we could use the code section that says that any other activity as deemed permissible by the Planning Commission. That's also in the zoning code relative to permitted uses. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Veronica. Veronica? Okay, we'll skip to Trinity Alps Canicraft.
I'm sorry, did you call me?
Yes, go ahead, Veronica.
I'm sorry, hi, this is Veronica Kelly-Albies from Douglas City. Thank you for the opportunity to address this issue with you again, and thank you for all your hard work on this. Right now, the medical use narrative is in use. I'm wondering what the metric is used to determine what is sold for medical versus recreational. And our local tax waives tax for medical cultivation. How will that affect retail taxes? And I'm wondering if consumption can be a limited use, opening packages only or indoor use only. A CUP is absolutely essential for this because the character of different neighborhoods or different communities throughout Trinity County have different needs. And I think there needs to be limits because density may become an issue, as most other districts are saying they don't have the zone inventory. So limits and standards are absolutely necessary. I would request that you continue to respect the opt-outs throughout our county. Those communities have spoken and you have agreed with them. And I just want to know what standards are being created that will support the 4 principles that we have in Trinity County. In terms of the state has how you can go in, how it be set up, the security guards, but we've also heard, from the lovely lady from Humboldt who talks about her mom is the security guard. What standards are we setting up to support those 4 principles that are within our ordinance? Local first is a great idea, but it's just an ad campaign. It can't be implemented in any real manner. We learned that with the 1-year residency issue, which was struck down as unenforceable. So I encourage you to really dive deep into this retail. We need retail in Trinity County. I will state it again and again. However, we need to have some standards that support those 4 principles to create the balance that this community and this county so wishes to have. And those are my main, unfortunately this was after a very long weekend, so I didn't have a lot of time to put together some stronger thoughts, but These are the things that have really been a focus of discussion between myself and many others. And so I ask that you take a look at this because I believe and support the medical use of cannabis and have always, even recreational on a basis. However, right now it's all about medical and being demonized as if you don't support this, you don't support people who are sick, which is absolutely not true. And so I hope that you can delve into it, because if you're talking about taxes and money that's coming to us, let's make sure that we're doing the right business sense of delving in and making sure that this is what it really is. But I do believe consumption on site needs to be limited to indoors and CUPs. So thank you for listening. I appreciate the opportunity.
Trinity Alps Canacraft.
Hello, Chair and Board, and Matthew Jefferson from Trinity Center. Thank you for hearing me. I think this ordinance looks great. I think this is, everything looks good. I would just really like to reiterate everything that Adrian said. It's pretty much everything I would say. But just the big, how do I put this? I don't think the CUP should be needed for highway commercial. There's a lot of reasons why. I'll just say everything that Adrian said. And I just want to say that I really respect that you guys are putting the opt-out zone in here properly. That Rush Creek Estates and Lewiston expansion did say they didn't want any cannabis activities and everywhere else was cultivation. Thank you for recognizing that. Beyond that, I don't know, I guess I don't really have much to say besides thank you. I hope you can pass this. Oh, the one other thing I would say is I'm not seeing anything about a variance. There should be the ability to get a variance for the setbacks at least, or something like that. Yeah, I'm a little scatterbrained right now, but thank you guys. I appreciate you. This ordinance looks good, and have a good day.
Chairman Frazier, I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll bring it back to those in the room. Any comments from folks in the room?
Hello, board. I'm Dr. Tammy from the Red Barn. The highway zoning of highway commercial says appropriate sites for the needs and recreation of business travelers. Then we go, uses permitted without a use permit, general office, comma, retail sales and services when in addition to other highway commercial uses. That's why I would like to say that we can go into highway commercial with a DUP instead of a CUP. Not only that, CUPs take from 5 to 10 years. I'm already 63 years old. I can't wait that long. The Red Barn has many uses there. I've been planning this and building this for 5 years now, waiting for this to come about. I can only hold on so long. I have been working with the planning department, with everybody we've had in planning, except for the current. I haven't caught up with him yet. And we have always said that the highway commercial, we did these scoping sessions where we went through the county and we realized that highway commercial was a good place for retail sales. I'd like to let you know with the new general government and statewide drill bill that they just signed, the county only gets funding if retail gets a permit issued. So there's only going to be money there if the permits are issued. And if we're going to take years, it's like we're passing something to go ahead and get along and get retail in, but we're not really doing it because it's going to take so long. Conditional use permits take forever. I've had a business license on the barn for 5 years. 5 years I've already had another business. Nobody really cared what I did. They didn't even care if I had one. But now we're going to retail, which is a state which brings in a lot of tax money. Okay, when I had the Queen of Dragons, I paid $250,000 a year to the city of Shasta Lake for business taxes. That wasn't sales taxes, that wasn't. And so that goes and that pays into the county, and we desperately need that money. And I'm not gonna mess up, okay? I say highway commercial, I'm not gonna mess up. I look terrible in orange, I look terrible in prison clothes. It won't happen. Okay, my heart is in this. I am here for Trinity. I think we should pass this. Highway commercial is a DUP, not a CUP. I'm just, that's where I stand. Thank you and have a good day.
Anyone else?
Marie Peterson, District 1. The ordinance looks really great as it is written. My only concern is the timeline for the CUP requirement. And also I remember a few months ago, Lisa Lozier had mentioned that there's a backlog of like 80 to 90 director's use permit applications. I'm not sure if that's still the case or how long it would actually take in reality to have a business like this be able to be open even with a director's use permit. We all know that CUPs take years, and to require a CUP for highway commercial, which is literally a zone that is meant for retail use, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's like extra work, extra paperwork, extra time. We really need to make this a reality for our county this year, to start collecting the revenue and the taxes, and maybe even have jobs for some of the people who are out of work this year due to other reasons, so that they can have an income again and we can really just be okay, because we're having huge economic fallout in this county. Thank you.
Daryl Forbes of Weaverville. I'm not sure, I had an opportunity to see some maps showing what the 600 and 1,000 foot setbacks are from the various entities. And I don't know whether those have been public or not, but the maps that I saw basically were measuring 600 feet from the center of a school property instead of the perimeter of the school property. And I'm thinking that the perimeter ought to be the measurement. So, and I'm not sure of that, but I just want to make sure that when we talk about those setbacks, we're talking about from the boundary lines of the properties, not from the center of the property. So that was, and like I say, I'm not sure that those maps have even made available to the general public, but I had a chance to see one over the weekend, and the measurements were clearly from the center of the setback qualifying property. And that in one case, I think Weaverville Elementary School, basically the setback was at the boundary of the school. Because the school is so large, there's enough property there that the 600 feet from the center of the property didn't really even get out of the school property. So, thank you.
Chair, can I ask the
Yeah.
question?
Go ahead.
Darrow, who made those maps?
Well, I saw one from RCRC, yeah, Resource Conservation District. I think there was another one too, is that right?
I have maps that David Colbeck made.
All right, do we have any other public?
Hi, Board. Dana Hauser from Hayfork. I think that Adrian Key's comments initially say it all, followed up by Tammy's. If you're using the information already written to figure out appropriate uses in zoning, highway commercial fits right in with retail cannabis, period. So hopefully it's that cut and dry and simple. DUP is the solution here, not a CUP. Thank you.
I do have some additional raised hands on Zoom. Rhoda?
Hello, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. I'm just calling also to support this. We really need retail here in Trinity County for all of the reasons that everyone has previously stated. Like I said, I'd like to echo what Adrian and Tammy have said, and I think it's really important that we don't end up down this CUP rabbit hole when, you know, the Red Barn in particular, there are, you know, if it's multi-use that we're having an issue with, it is multi-use. There's lots of different things there for recreation, for medicine, for tourism, for it's, you know, this is just, it just makes sense, and we just need to, you know, we need to put this under a DUP instead of a CUP, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Brower.
Good morning, Supervisors. I agree this does most of what it needs to do, but adding the director's use permit to highway commercial zoning, if the project includes ancillary services that benefit travelers, seems in keeping with the definition of that zoning district. And most of the county, you know, most of Downriver District anyway, is highway commercial, and it can be appropriate in those places. But also something that's really important is to have a variance available to the 1,000-foot setbacks. You can't really have a variance for less than the 600 feet from the sensitive receptor sites listed in the state setbacks. But to be able to offer a reduction from 1,000 feet makes a lot of sense. For instance, Payfork School District chooses to basically allow variance to their setbacks from their school bus stops for cultivation. So if a church or some other setback site doesn't have a problem with the operation, it seems a variance to that setback could be appropriate, so it should be available. That and when it comes to encouraging locally sourced material, one of the few things that the Board of Supervisors can do is to potentially reduce the local retail excise tax. It's 2.5% in Measure G, but it can be reduced by the Board of Supervisors. So if we're talking incentives, nothing really speaks quite like money. So perhaps it could be reduced down to 1.25% or 0.5% for locally sourced material, and try and encourage some local commerce and keep some of these local businesses in business. But this is an essential thing to provide clean, safe medicine to those that need it, and so I applaud you guys, including the medical component to this, and I would like to see some sort of tax reduction along with a variance available to the setbacks and director's use permit on highway commercial zoning. Thanks.
Chairman Frazier, I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
With that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I'd like Director Connell to answer a couple of questions.
All right, Director Connell.
Number one, thank you, Sean. So my understanding in planning law is that you don't have to state that variances are available in all our planning ordinances. I think it's only in cannabis where we talk about having variances usable or available to use. setbacks, that there is just an implied ability to use a variance to be accepted. Am I misunderstanding that, or is that the case?
If I may, through the chair, Director Connell, I'd actually like for Heidi to answer that. Her planning experience is far greater than mine will ever be, and so I think she might be able to articulate that better than I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Connell. I will do my best on that one. So my best understanding of how Trinity uses variances when it comes to cannabis is really more of kind of a local exception.
Heidi, I want to cut you off. I'm not talking about cannabis use. I'm talking about everyday planning use.
I understand. I was going to draw a distinction between the two. So in everyday planning use, there are circumstances. Variances are a tool of the state, as are conditional use permits. So your authority to use them stems from state authorization. There are very specific examples of when a variance is allowed, primarily related to a hardship on the property that is not experienced by any other property. Your county, in my opinion, uses them differently. So when you're speaking of your cannabis variances, that was the point I was making, is you treat them, I believe it's accurate to say, as exceptions. And I'd like, this is really more of a legal item than it is a planning item. So with respect to your question, sir, the ability to use a variance is indeed out there in planning law for more traditional uses. I believe the reason that your ordinances in Trinity County have been much more explicit about cannabis variances is because they're not variances with a capital V, in my opinion. As is described in state law, they're really more of a local construct, but perhaps Margaret could assist me with my understanding of that.
I'm happy to respond to that. I agree with Heidi's statement on it, that they are a construct of state law, meaning they are available regardless if they are on the specific ordinance, if individuals meet the requirements of a variance pursuant to state code. So yes, we would not need to specifically articulate in this for it to be available. It is available based on the fact that the state allows us to have them. We do utilize them differently in our cannabis ordinances. Typically, variances are allowed unless it specifically says they aren't allowed. Ours is kind of a hybrid where we actually sometimes call out that they're allowed, and I think that was done less from a legal perspective, but more from a public education perspective to inform people that this was an option that's available for them. If that had not been in there, they still would have been available because, again, they are allowed under state law. So in this situation, variances are available because they are not specifically prohibited.
Thank you. Number two, it's been said that there's some maps out there that talk about the distance. Again, in planning, when we talk about distances from facilities, we don't talk about the distance from the office, we talk about the distance from the property lines. Is that not correct?
Correct. We would be measuring distance property line to property line. The maps that were generated through, I believe, the RCD contract in DOT and David Colbeck. I have reviewed them this morning. I think they're just kind of to provide a shape for what these look like as far as in Weaverville, Douglas City, kind of those areas. I don't think they were meant to be, these are the exact setbacks that are established under this ordinance. I think they were just more for a discussion item.
Okay. So to be clear, and if there were actual legal maps made, that they would be from the boundary lines of the properties.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Director Connell, while I have you there, will we be able to get those maps anytime soon?
Correct. I actually did not make these maps, so had I made them, everybody on the board would have got them, so that information was shared equally across the board. But it was through RCD, his contract is run through the DOT department, and I believe that's where they were generated. And so I didn't get to see them until this morning, which is shame on me.
I have clarity for you, because that's not exactly the way that went down. I requested the maps.
Oh, perfect.
From DOT. And so David kindly put those together for me. Then, in subsequent conversation, I had mentioned to others that I had been asking for these maps, and so there was more curiosity there. And so the RCD maps were generated more out of, hey, yeah, curiosity, I wonder what that would look like. And so those were just provided too. So these are not formal maps. You are correct that they're measured from the center of each institution, I will say, located on those properties, just for the sake of brevity, because I just asked for a general picture of, okay, could somebody give me an idea what 600 feet and 1,000 feet look like? Could I please see that? So, if that helps.
Thank you, ma'am.
Couple other questions. What is the difference in time right now, if you know, maybe Director Priestley might know, the difference between a DUP and a CUP in time frame?
Oh, to be honest with you, Supervisor, I don't have that off the top of my head. I can get back to you on that for sure, and get you a good timeline on it. I will say that we have been burdened by a giant lack of staff in our department as a whole. As my division has pretty much done our darn best to get everybody into the right seats in the right position. So those timelines should be truncated quite significantly as we move forward. But you know, I would say that timelines are based on staff and staff ability to produce the work. Without having a director, a deputy director, a senior planner, and planners on file and on staff, it makes it very hard to move projects forward to Planning Commission. But as far as an exact timeline, I do not have that right now.
Thank you. A couple other questions that I have here. Reading Municipal Code 1722, it says that retail alongside other highway commercial use is prohibited, or excuse me, is allowed in Trinity County. And it's also considered general office, retail, and services in addition to other highway commercial uses, which I think would be wise for us to use DUP, as I think mostly everybody else on Zoom and in the room alluded to. I think it's the perfect thing for a DUP instead of a CUP. Also, without having one of these retail, just one, maybe more, dispensaries open here in Trinity County, we're losing quite a bit of money annually through tax dollars, which we all know that we're in a huge financial kind of drain right now. Nor will we be able to get any grant money without having one of those. And I think we just spoke earlier about the lack of $1.7 million coming in from cannabis this year. So I think this would be a great idea to bring in some tax dollars to this county that we definitely need.
Is there a question there, Supervisor Gogan?
Yeah, my question is, at this rate that we're going, do you think, and this has to do with the preference of 75% locally grown, do you think at this time we would be able to fulfill that with the few licenses that we have out? And can we bring that back at a future time where we do have, we'll say, 100 licensed farms or so out, where we could kind of not mandate, but definitely request the fact that 75% of the product is from Trinity County? Because at this time, I don't think we would be able to fulfill that wish of 75%.
Supervisor, if I may, through the chair. Director Connell, so when we write this regulation in this ordinance, when we're bringing this forward to you, we want to bring you forward a true ordinance that will hold up. If we were to write this ordinance based on the amount of licenses that have been approved or the process that has been done currently, we would struggle to bring you ordinances, and then we would be coming back to essentially recodify them as those numbers and that conditions change. What we've tried to do here is to present to you an ordinance that fits this county at its perfect height, regardless of whether we have 30 licenses or 530 licenses that have been issued. Our job is to bring you an ordinance that fits this county and that gives this county the opportunity to process these applicants and make them viable businesses. As far as for the 75% rule from Trinity County, do I think that that is viable? Yes, I think if we also look at locally as our region, like most other places in a resource-based county, right? Like if we're trying to say that food for our elementary schools must be sourced only from Trinity County, I think we would be hard-pressed to source anything 75% directly from Trinity County. However, if we look at it in a regional marketplace where Trinity County, Humboldt County, and Mendocino County really do make up the legacy marketplace, in that aspect, I think that we would be able to truly fulfill that 75% rule, as well as give a kind of a nod to the hat to the legacy farmers that are outlined here, and give ourselves the ability to kind of provide that cooperation and that partnership through our distinct region of California and of the world. But as far as, at its height, when this program is fully developed, do I think 75% will work for retail? I absolutely do. I think it's an incentive. It doesn't require that they be 75% products on the line. It's just an ability for us to kind of incentivize people honoring what we've done here in Trinity County.
Liam, if I may, the ordinance does not require any of these. It is what we're directing staff to develop and bring back, quote unquote, approval of a local first strategy. So I think that's exactly what you're asking for, that it comes back to us at a later date with that strategy, and it's not part of the ordinance.
I do see encourage in front of all these things, so I understand it's not absolute. But I just wanted to make sure that if, say we do get our retail prior to getting licensed up, that we could fully stop that. We're not using 75% of Trinity County.
Correct.
Initially.
All right, so anybody have any other technical questions for Director Connell before we?
I have a technical question. I don't know if it's for Director Connell or not.
Okay.
But if there was the ability to move the highway commercial to fall under a DUP, is there a legal boundary for that? So it might be a question for Margaret. Is there, I know Supervisor Groves last meeting had mentioned having findings to support that concept or that ability. What is the legal basis of providing findings for something like that, for a DUP, for HC, highway commercial?
If I could ask some clarification, so in terms of if the board were to make a modification to the ordinance to allow for director's use permit for these items, would there be, is the question, would there be required to be findings in order to do that?
Yeah.
And so findings have kind of a multiple meaning. When the board is sitting in a judiciary capacity, findings are basically part of the order. Findings are also the whereases in ordinances. They're the part that explains why you're doing what you're doing. And those are a valuable tool and required when we're doing legislative work as well. So there would have to be a justification as to why this would fall into that category. You can call it findings, you can call it justification, but I would recommend having elaborated in the ordinance the specific reason why the board feels this is appropriate in order to make sure that it is able to sustain anyone who contests it through a court process.
Well, Jeremy, what I would, I think, better phrase it as is a findings of consistency of the general plan. So that's where we could be challenged, in my view, just looking at it. And so you can either change the general plan. Well, I mean, we can come in and amend the general plan to actually put that in, and that does get done occasionally. Or we can say this is, in my view, this is why it is consistent with the general plan. Or change the ordinance to where we do feel it, which I will have a recommendation to do something like that coming up.
And I would concur with Supervisor Groves that all land use based ordinances do require to have a finding consistency with the general plan.
And Heidi did raise her hand, I saw too, so jump right in there, Heidi.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one more thing. On this discussion of highway commercial, maybe just a refinement of what you're considering. The finding, if you were to make it, would be that you are finding this particular use, being cannabis retail, to be consistent with the uses allowed under the highway commercial zone. So that would be one way to make that finding if that were the will of the board. And yes, I concur, overall, your board must also find that the ordinance in general is consistent with the general plan. So that might be a way to think of the two different aspects of this.
Okay.
Director Connell, if I could, thank you. Is a retail permit issued to an individual and a location, or to an individual who could then move it to a new location?
I can help with that.
It's kind of a two-part question, because the application is to a person or an entity. That's who would get the license, and it still requires to go through CEQA process, so it's still site-specific based on each location. Should that person want to then relocate that license to a different parcel, it would still have to undergo the same kind of findings. So what you would find is that we would say, accept a transfer with a new application that will outline all of the materials and everything that's being done on that new location to come to a new, kind of a new decision on that CEQA document. And I was going to turn it over to Ms. Heidi to finish that one out.
I could make a distinction for you, I believe your question. So a license runs with the applicant, a use permit runs with the land.
Okay.
Are products sold as medicinal cannabis licenses, are they subject to sales tax, sales and use?
Medical products sold at a retail dispensary are regulated differently. So you could essentially have two people in line, one being a recreational consumer, one being a medical consumer. The medical consumer, they have certain benefits, so they can purchase more, they can have more on their person walking out of that retail dispensary, and they pay, I believe they pay a lower tax. I don't believe that they get it tax-free, but I do believe that they have a medical rate in which they are taxed at, which is not nearly as high as the, I believe, almost 23% excise tax that's being at the retail currently.
And just help me out, is it an excise tax and a sales tax, or this synonymous?
Essentially, or some people would call it a vice tax, kind of the same thing.
And then how do we go about mitigating odor of consumption if you're in a C1 or C2 zone? So C1 includes daycares, rest homes, restaurants, bed and breakfast, and C2 has restaurants without drive-through, bed and breakfast, and hotel motel.
C1, sorry, if I may through the board, Director Collins. So Supervisor, can you just one more time run me through that one?
Sure. So I just was, because the general public isn't going to know this, so I was just tossing out there for other people's information. So a C1 zone contains daycares and rest homes, restaurants, and bed and breakfast. C2s have within their list restaurants without a drive-through, bed and breakfast, and hotel motel. My question to you is, in these two zones, how do you go about mitigating odor that may be associated with outdoor consumption?
Well, so that would really be at the applicant's level. That is their requirement to mitigate those things. So depending on if an applicant were to choose to have outdoor consumption in those locations, there would need to be view obscuring, whether that's plants and fencing. For the most part, we could add the additional layer to require that it be a full structure with odor mitigation, so that would be carbon filtration, things of that nature. I have not really thought that part all the way through as far as how to ensure there is zero odor emitted from a consumption area. As we haven't seen licenses through yet, I haven't really had the opportunity to address it. But as they come through, I mean, that is the purpose of why we're here today.
So that kind of leads me to, so Supervisor Gogan had asked you about timing of a CUP versus a DUP, and I understand why that really can't be answered right now in any sort of specific way. is there any way in more relative terms you could describe the difference of timing between a CUP and a DUP that was challenged? So where I'm getting at is, you may be able to see where I'm getting at.
That interface to bringing it before Planning Commission, how long? If it were a DUP that were challenged or appealed, we do have a responsibility to get it to the fastest Planning Commission that follows that appeal. So by code, we have a responsibility to get it to the Planning Commission as quickly as possible. As far as a standard conditional use permit, that really depends on the application and how it comes in and how willing they are to make sure that it is complete, so that way that we can do a CEQA analysis and prepare it for Planning Commission, and then getting it onto that Planning Commission calendar. So with a CUP, we are required at a minimum 30 days for inter-agency referrals. That includes local tribes, CAL FIRE, DOT, building, essentially Fish and Wildlife, Water Board, Cal Cannabis. We essentially send it to all stakeholders for their comments, and then those are incorporated into that staff report that gets presented to the Planning Commission. So you would be looking at a DUP post and appeal 15 to 30 days, depending on what the calendar looks like for Planning Commission.
Versus 30 minimum for CUP.
You're looking at probably 60 to 90 minimum on a CUP if everything was absolutely perfect and I had a clear calendar with being completely caught up from the backlog.
Heidi had her hand up there, so if you do have something to add to that, Heidi?
I would like to, thank you, sir. Regarding the question from Supervisor Cox on mitigation of odor, I just wanted to lay out maybe as an example what is available to the county. So with the use permit, the whole point is that you're basically stating as a county that the use is allowed, but there are aspects of the use that require conditions in order to make sure that there are no impacts, such as those you've described, Supervisor. So an example might be that an individual use permit request comes in, whether it's a director's permit or a conditional use permit, doesn't matter. That's really just the issuing agency. The process is the same. So you could look at the circumstances of that use permit, and let's say there was a concern that there could be odor that could affect a nearby existing use. You could condition the consumption, for example, to not allow smoking. There are other ways to consume many of the cannabis products. That would be an example of a way you can use a conditional use permit as a tool to ensure that the goal of not having the impact spillover is attained. You could also find other conditions, as Director O'Connell was describing, that could minimize effects from traveling off the property. So if the odor was the primary issue, Supervisor, and it was related primarily to smoking, which is my guess, you could limit it so that the consumption couldn't include that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director O'Connell, do you know what the backlog of DUPs is at this time?
I don't actually, and I wrote it down when the public comment came up,
Okay.
and so I'm going to make sure that we get a good count on where we are and what's kind of those issues.
And could I also know, it was alluded that we've staffed up well in planning right now. Could I know what that means specifically?
Yeah, so as far as my division under the general planning department tree, when I first took over this position, I had 2 code compliance inspectors and 1 staff admin. I now have I have 1 full-time administrative coordinator, I have 1 extra help administrative coordinator, I have an additional who has accepted the position. You will see them probably on the 19th come back before you for some HR stuff. So that would be my full administrative support staff is complete, plus an accountant, as well as I just hired 3 environmental compliance specialists. So that really rounds out kind of that inspection staff with our standing 2 code compliance specialists. I have open recruitments right now for a staff planner as well as for the 3rd member of the code compliance team. As I stated here before, my goal was to be fully staffed before budgets. I am on mark to make that. It is very hard to do my job without staff. I think You hear that often from staff in the county, is that it is incredibly hard to get done without having the right amount of people and the qualified people in those positions. Myself and Interim Director Presley have made that a priority because we cannot serve you or the public properly without having those people there. And so when we say that we're staffed, we are quite staffed. It is a little tight in our office, which is a good thing because that means that there's people there to do the work.
Thank you. I think those are my questions.
All right, I have one more question. Maybe Director Connell, maybe Heidi. How does this not match with our land use description?
You mean for highway commercial?
Yeah, for highway commercial.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Well, we have retail stores on highway commercial right now. How would this not be a fit in highway commercial with a DUP?
I don't believe that we're saying it's not a fit with the DUP. I believe what we're saying is that highway commercial, it's a pretty big target line. And so what we're trying to say is that the CUP offers us the ability to look at each one of those stores and each one of those projects individually and condition it to make sure that it fits its exact location. I believe that what everybody is using, and I'm going to flip to the comments that were provided here because Adrian does have a nice little table that he shot in, but there's a connection to retail in highway commercial, and then I believe it states ancillary uses along with the retail. And I want to make sure that I'm pretty close here. Yeah, retail uses alongside another highway commercial use. I think that when we look at cannabis retail, it is hard to subject them with other highway uses. They usually tend to be standalone retail shops that are not really providing you anything other than what you need in order to consume that product. I'm not saying that that's not possible, I'm saying I haven't seen it. And so when we look at highway commercial under that conditional use permit, it allows us to condition those projects to fit its exact location in the county and make sure that both the applicant and the consumer are ultimately served that fit the nature and the character of Trinity County.
Understandable. So if a retail outlet, cannabis retail outlet had a vending machine or something else that dispensed Coca-Cola or potato chips, which I've seen before, that would fulfill that need also? That you say you've never seen them dispense anything but cannabis, medical or recreational. So there is the opportunity to, on highway commercial, to dispense or have other things in that retail outlet besides cannabis, correct? Non-cannabis products.
Correct.
So they could serve a second purpose besides cannabis. It just couldn't be it would have to be non-cannabis items, which I've seen in dispensaries in other places.
I think that's more of a discussion for the board to have on whether we want to try to come up with that language to capture that. So rather than
Could I ask you one more question then? Would you be in agreement with that? If there was a dispensary, could it dispense through a vending machine or through an employee, other items that were non-cannabis related?
I would almost want to look to county council because I don't know if a vending machine would be considered additional highway commercial uses. I think that is a very narrow look at what we're trying to capture there. I would imagine that other highway commercial uses would be something that's articulated in our code. But again, I would look to county council there for that one because sales by an employee for an additional use from a cannabis dispensary sounds like a big problem in the long run. And so I'd look to county council there.
You know, when we'd have to look in terms of what we're looking to do, but by adding auxiliary services to a cannabis dispensary, I'm not sure that would qualify in making it fit into the category. So we would have to be very careful. If it was the reverse, where it was a truck stop or something of that nature that also sold cannabis, which of course is not permitted, but, if it was the reverse, we probably could look at that as being compliant. But just adding a vending machine most likely would not meet that. But we can look more closely if the board gives us direction that they would like us to explore having some of those auxiliary services, which would thereby potentially make it eligible.
Yeah, I think we should look into that one. Why not?
All right, so, any other technical questions?
I do have one question for council, if I could. I'm confused as to when you talked about the findings and a couple of ways to approach that. They could either, I think you said, be found to be consistent with the general plan as it is, or we simply amend the general plan language to make it consistent. Did I capture that correctly?
Correct. So when we're doing any land use based ordinances, we do have to have a section that says it's compliant with the general plan. If we don't believe it's compliant with the general plan, or we're at the position where we want to modify the general plan, then we can actually say it's, essentially we say it's not compliant, but the general plan is getting changed, which should happen first, and then we articulate it's compliant. So really that finding has to be in all land use based items. And the question is whether we go back and dig into our general plan, which I know again is something that is happening. And so typically we don't piecemeal those modifications to the general plan.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. There's no way that we could do that without full buy-in from our community. We can't just update that all by ourselves.
Absolutely not. That would require a lot of hearings, and it would require planning commission as well.
So then if that's not the option, there is no other option.
Correct. In order to pass any land use based items within the county, we do have to have a section that is compliant with the general plan.
But to be clear, we can wave our hand and say it's compliant and wait for the courts to be challenged in the courts.
Based on the age of our general plan, that is what the county has been doing since 1956, correct?
And what do you think the odds are that if we did it with such a wide brush stroke at this time, that we would be successful in a court challenge?
Depends. I mean, again, we would have to look into the specific general plan and make a determination if there's ways to argue it. Of course, if somebody challenges the general plan, it shuts down all development within the county while that's being hashed out. So again, keep that in consideration. But we would have to look specifically at the current general plan as it's written and make a determination whether we could recommend litigating it or other options.
Okay, well, thank you.
Got a couple more questions, and I don't know who they're for necessarily, but is there a current Trinity County tobacco smoke regulation that is beyond the 20 feet from any storefront or any business entrance? Anybody know that one?
I'd have to look that up. I have a recollection that we do have a specific smoking ordinance in our code, but I haven't memorized that one. So if you'd like, I can look at that right now. All right, I can tell Susie is already looking it up for us.
I'd be curious too. I mean, if you can smoke a cigarette walking down the historical district of Weaverville or something like that. Another question I have, and this might be for Director Connell, is currently how many DUPs and CUPs are submitted or pending or under review? Not just cannabis, just total.
Again, Director Connell, if I may through the chair, I do not have that number, but I will make sure that I get that to all of the supervisors so that way that you guys all know where we are as far as the planning department in our backlog of CUPs and DUPs.
Thank you. And then my last question would be back to Margaret about this, the findings. If the board felt that quote-unquote retail cannabis is consistent with retail business, is that an adequate finding and basis?
Yes, if you said consistent with the retail section of the general plan. Yes, but you do have to highlight and reference back to the general plan. But you can specifically call out which sections you believe it's compliant with.
And that's online, right?
Correct.
So I think it's important that we listen to that sentence in total. It says general office, comma, retail stores and services when in addition to other highway commercial uses. So they're still asking those to be addition to the highway commercial services.
Right, so, other technical questions? Would anyone care to make a motion so we can start on the...
Yeah, I'll jump in if I can find it.
Supervisor Gross, while you're looking for that, I'll just say, I just looked up our smoking ordinance. The ordinance that we have on hand is specific to county-owned or county-leased property and county vehicles, so it wouldn't apply to, you know, the sidewalks on Main Street or any non-county-owned or county-leased property.
I will say that the state rules, smoking count as for medical purposes carries the same restriction as state and local tobacco restrictions. Smoking for recreation purposes is strictly prohibited in public. So I guess you have the scarlet M on your face if you're walking around. Okay. I move to adopt this ordinance with the following change. Under section 1743H.20, allowable zoning districts, change highway commercial into 2 separate zones. Highway commercial with ancillary uses for public traveling uses would require a DUP, and under highway commercial with no ancillary uses would require a conditional use permit. Everything else as is.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
I would like to see a couple of other changes be considered by the board, if I could. When I looked at the mapping, and granted the circles aren't quite big enough yet, because again, they're coming from property centers, not property lines. There really isn't anything in the historic district that's going to even fit the description. And so it would cause a lot of comfort for a lot of people who are pretty concerned about that. If we could just go ahead and make the historic district an overlay as an opt-out, I would appreciate that consideration.
You said you had a couple.
Oh, I do. You want me to go on?
Yep.
Okay, that's one of them. For District 2, I'd like a cap of 1 until we see what happens. And again, that's why nothing else really to report out today, is because this is where the homework has been lying, is how do people feel about this? It's one of those things where jumping in headlong into a pool of uncertainty versus putting a toe in the water to find out what are actually the ramifications, what does it look like? And when it looks fine, then it may be that we can then open that up later. So council, is that an ability that we have if we were to adopt this with stronger constrictions today, or I guess it's constriction, can that be opened up later?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can reopen an ordinance at any time to make modifications.
Okay.
There you go.
And so easier to broaden than to bring it back down. The idea of variances is a concern to me, because I think that what I've witnessed is people variances have been allowed because somebody wants it and somebody else, the neighbor, says, I'm okay with that. But again, as we've had the conversation today, really from the land use space, if I understand, variances are granted in situations where somebody's property situation would not allow them the same rights as a neighbor, because there's something structurally different about their property. And so they need to be given a variance in order to allow them an equal freedom or right. In these situations, it's, well, my neighbor says it's okay with them, therefore it's okay with everyone, but what happens the day that neighbor changes? So in these situations, I would like to see us lean into more of a traditional land use approach to our variances and not just have them be something that is offered, hey, a school said it's okay. So that would be one. So the opt-out for the historic district, a cap of 1, and let's hold fast to the setbacks that have been established. Would be my asks.
Can I answer or discuss the variance parts first?
Certainly.
So by not pulling out the variance in here, we are then falling back to California land use, which is as you described, where we had to pull them out and discuss them in previous ordinances because we were going basically beyond California land use. So by not talking about them, I think we are meeting the requirements that you want. And then if I go on to the opt-outs, if you're requesting those zones to be opted out in the historic district is what you said?
Yes, please.
That there will have to be some sort of findings for that of why the historic district and not someplace else.
Well, I guess the best one that I could, and again, I'm a little concerned, confused on that because I feel like findings are really in judicial or quasi-judicial settings. When we are creating legislation, findings seem to be more of these are our reasons why, but not that I have to find some sort of legal reason, correct?
Well, yes and no. So they are a little bit different when you're dealing with sitting in a quasi or judiciary capacity and when you're making legislation. They both are referred to as findings. In the legislative capacity, you do have to articulate a legal reason why, if you were going to call something out, like in this situation, you're going to specify this one jurisdiction is exempt, you would have to make a finding, which would be a legal reason why this is different than others. So it's a land use based finding. So yes, it would qualify. You can refer to it as something else if you would like, a justification. But from a legal perspective, we do refer to it as a finding.
So what I have right now is that we have an ordinance that says that we've got an architectural review committee that is supposed to look at things like this. And there have been some other things of recent. They appear to be inactive, and not that they couldn't be reactivated, but that doesn't appear to be occurring at this time. So in order to make certain that the historic character of that area is retained, I think it's easier to when in doubt, don't for right now until such time as that was an active and functioning part of the process of decision.
My understanding is we still have, so one of my concerns is that Lewiston has a historic district and then we have another one someplace in Helena. So how do we write one historic district and not the other? So that's where I'm looking at the findings. But we do, the historic committee or the architectural review committee still exists. I think they met not too long ago. It needs to be redone and rebuilt. There's no question about that. But I think it's still a requirement that you can't move ahead without that approval.
Well, I have examples where that's not the case that shouldn't be discussed really probably right now, but I have reason to believe that that's not necessarily happening at this time. What would be the problem with distinguishing the Weaverville Historic District from, say, Lewiston or Helena?
There wouldn't be a problem if there was a reason to distinguish it. So again, we'd have to articulate a reason why Weaverville is different than Lewiston. And what you articulated, if it's factually accurate, that most likely would do it. Meaning, if we do not have an active historical or architectural committee, or it's been disbanded or something of that nature, so we don't have any analysis to make sure it's consistent with the look or the feel of the community, that would do it. But again, I'm not the one to ask if it's valid or if we have the architectural committee, because I don't know that. But if that is correct, that would make a justification.
Would it be sufficient to know when the last time they met was? Is there some sort of time frame to substantiate that, they're really kind of not meeting?
I believe it would be whether they were disbanded or if they don't have enough members on it to meet a quorum. That would be more significant to me. If it's just that they haven't had a need to meet or if they haven't been utilized properly, then I'm less swayed from a legal perspective. But I don't know where we are in terms of the architectural or historical district in Weaverville.
Okay, so maybe I could ask this question. In the two other historic districts that you referenced, Lewiston and, you said Helena, would the mapping situation maybe put them in with a similar outcome, where if you drew those circles around those sensitive areas, they might by default not be options either?
I do not know. Helena, definitely not, because there's no sensitive anything there.
Well, there's probably a lack of commercial real estate.
You're right. Yeah, you got a point there. I don't know if that zone in Helena. In Lewiston, no, the school's quite a ways away, that historic district, which, of course, under this license, it has to have the CEP under this ordinance.
If I may ask just a question, and I guess this is looking at Dr. Connell, how many properties within historic Weaverville would be able to be used in this capacity? My understanding is that in historic Weaverville, there probably would be none, and this would be just an exercise in discussion.
That's why.
Probably none, because again, the circles aren't drawn exactly, for sake of time and everything. But it does leave a little bit of space here and there, which is making a few people uncomfortable. And so I just thought we could just close that gap by saying, okay, we just won't look at the historic district.
I don't have an objection to the supervisor from District 2 wanting to protect what she feels is important. Can we just use the finding that the community
doesn't feel it fits the historic district?
That it doesn't meet the community values?
So yes, you can discuss community values. I think to make it stronger would be less about that the community doesn't feel it fits, but that based on the board's review of the set out priorities for this district, that this type of retail business would not meet the community, I don't want to use the word flavor, but the community interest, yes.
I mean, cannabis was legal at the time of the community district meeting.
He's right.
The date for that, so it would have been something there historically.
I don't know the answer to that.
No, it's true, yes.
So I have another addition to that. If you're talking about the integrity of the historic district in Weaverville, are we really doing the best job of that integrity? We've got 6 real estate offices on there. I mean, I think we've kind of lost the historic texture of Main Street Weaverville in a way. Not that I'm against real estate offices, but we've kind of varied from historic to whoever wants to rent them, kind of a position. So is the general public happy to have 6 real estate offices on Main Street? Have we polled those people and find out if this was a good thing for the historic part of Weaverville? If we're going to poll them on other things, are they happy about the way it looks now, or do we need to possibly move those people out and get in more historic things? Not that I'm for or against it, but it just seems odd now that we have so many, I would say, non-historic things on Main Street. We've kind of fallen out of that historic category in a way.
I have a point of order. Weaverville is a national registry of historic buildings, so it's a totally different thing.
I don't believe that's a point of order, but it's done at this point.
Whatever it is.
All right, so.
Well,
Are you gonna make a subsequent motion, or are you just trying to make amendments to this existing motion?
Thank you. I would move to leave all the statements that Supervisor Groves placed on the record in his motion, with the addition of finding the historic district to be an opt-out, with the finding of community values and a priority set for this district based on the historic character, and place a cap of 1 retail site in District 2 at this time.
I'll second that one for further discussion also. I understand where Supervisor Cox is coming from. The one thing I do want to have more discussion on the first one is the cap of 1 license for District 2. And I don't know, I guess it's because I'm a capitalist at heart. I think that we're better off to let the market decide those kind of things. But if you could explain, I know you said you didn't want to open it up and then try to pull it back later. So do you have any reason to believe that we're going to have multiple retail places trying to jump into Weaverville?
I don't necessarily have reason to believe that we would have multiple places, and I don't necessarily personally believe that there would be a problem if we did. What I do have is a portion of the research that I did, and I don't want to call this person out because I don't think that in a public meeting that's fair to that individual, but could we suffice it to say that I sought the insights of someone from Shasta County who, you'll just have to believe me, they know how to make money, they know how to make sure the counties are making money. They looked at retail and said, you guys are nuts, you guys are giving away a ton of money because you don't have a retail site anywhere in Trinity County. And I appreciate that wholeheartedly. And then he added, and don't just open it up carte blanche. You don't want your county known as the Emerald Triangle, the place that's got a retail store on every corner. So, you know, I'm looking at the balance of what does that mean? And the bottom line is nobody knows what it means. As much as you think that you have anyone may think they have a crystal ball into what this is eventually going to look like, you can expand far easier than you can contract. And so all I'm asking is that we walk into this with caution, and that we don't just open up something that then we didn't realize what that outcome would be. And so I think that it is fair and reasonable to kind of heed that caution. If other jurisdictions have so many per capita and we look at ours, I think it's sufficient. Particularly when the original request was, we don't want our Trinity County residents to have to drive great distances in order to be provided for. And so we are taking care of that.
Okay, I jump on county council again really quick here. Is there a way that we could put a sunset clause into an ordinance where Supervisor Cox says, okay, we want this to be limited to 1? Because I do know from experience with government, if you're the guy that wants to get something back that government's taking away, it's really difficult. So is there a way we could say, okay, we're only going to allow 1 in District 2 until this date, and then that puts the pressure on the board to go back if they want to continue only having 1 and extend that out rather than putting that on the constituents to remove it?
I think that sets a dangerous precedent with availability of certain types of new businesses, supply and demand. And I appreciate Chairman's words about letting the market decide, let the free market decide. It would be like if there was only 1 parcel all of a sudden. Well, what do you think the value of that parcel is going to be? That one, you're increasing the value of 1 property somewhere, yet to be determined. And so I think it's dangerous the ripple effects of doing something like that. Like you said, it's a big unknown. So I think you pull back and you watch and you see what happens. I would be boggled if you had more than one retail store in District 2 anyways. But,
Based on what?
go to Arcata. It's a college town. They've got, what, 4 or 5 retail stores. The population is just tremendously larger over there. It's a more liberal area. Shasta Lake has, what, 1 or maybe 2 or something like that. I just think I'll go back to what I started with. You're inflating the value of certain properties when you do that kind of action.
I need some clarity on that. How would that inflate the value of a certain property?
Well, between an area having setbacks and an area having zoning requirements, you're eliminating, and then there's only going to be 1 allowed. And so it's like it's a race.
It would possibly create a pressure to be the first one to get that license, but then I don't know that it would increase the other. I guess
there's
would have the land use
like that. If someone's selling the business or renting it out, there's going to be bidding wars, things like that, which can benefit some people, landlords, or people that are selling the property. But
Chair, just to answer your question, originally, yes, you can put sunset clauses in there. And the one you're describing would be appropriate.
So to agree with Jeremy on the value, we can look at California rice farmers. You have to have an allotment to sell rice. You can grow all the rice you want, but you have to have an allotment to sell rice. And those allotments become extremely valuable. The same with fish in Alaska. People just sell their allotments for a year and make millions of dollars. If we choose to go this route, I think in the ordinance we have to give leadership to staff, because staff's going to say, I've got 1, who do I give it to? Do we have an allotment where you have 6 months to put your number in the hat and then we draw that? Do we sell it to the highest bidder? I think if we do this, we need to, take that burden off of staff, because staff is going to just look at us and go, well, what do you guys want? We don't want to be responsible for that.
So I guess with that, I would ask, or say that I think that, the market is going to bear what the market is going to bear here. And I wouldn't want to hinder. Said the board said we could have 1 candy store on Main Street, and it was hugely successful, just wonderfully successful. But we only said there could be 1. Someone else wanted to do another one. Are we hindering progress here on Main Street? And like Jeremy said, I don't think that there's going to be a bunch of them on Main Street. But why would we stymie business income if it was successful? And I do think that the market will sort it out, and I don't think there's going to be more than 1 or 2 in probably any district, honestly. But if they are successful, why would we say there can only be 2 when a 3rd one would be more beneficial to the people using it, and the county tax-wise? I don't see why we would put a number on it at this point.
I think a consideration, though, is what everything ends up looking like when District 2 is kind of the face of the thoroughfare of folks traveling from I-5 to 101. Do those 1 or 2 end up looking like really beautiful establishments that I have walked into and seen, or do they end up looking less appealing, and there's several on several corners, and we just don't know what that end result is that appearance is going to be yet. And so to not know and leave headlong is concerning to me. And to wish to hurry just because you want to doesn't seem wise.
Would it not be easier to put something in there to say you have to keep up to the historic look on Main Street? I think that'd be a lot more beneficial to the community than saying you just can't do it. I don't think there's gonna be any rundown retail cannabis in any part of this county because you need to make money. If you're run down, you're gone. So I would think with what Jill just had to say, keeping it in a historic look, maybe right, making sure it's clean, as you know, as the law says, would be much more relevant than just saying, no, that's too many. Yeah, keep looking good. Bring the income. And if the income's not there, they won't be there. And that's how business is throughout this county. There's a certain amount of everything because it is what works here. Supply and demand will bear it out. And I would hate to hinder supply and demand on any street in Trinity County. We need it bad. We need all the income we can. We're losing it now day by day. This is not a good way to not include more income into Trinity County. Make it look historic.
I can appreciate Supervisor Cox's concerns on the historic district. However, being in this position and seeing what our revenue situation looks like for the next fiscal year, I would just caution the board to be aware of missing an opportunity of a revenue stream that we could benefit from. Whether it's not in the district, you know, limiting or capping is going to be a concern to our budget. If we're not going to pursue, as we go into the next item, a sales tax or a TOT increase, we're in trouble. We need to really think the big picture.
I would amend my motion then to remove the cap but leave the restrictions that I had requested on the historic district.
I will agree with that. Amend my second.
I have a question if Supervisor Groves would be willing to make an amendment to his motion. And the basis would be off of the 1988 land use definition of commercial, and sub-item within commercial is highway commercial. Quote, highway commercial is intended for highway frontage, tourist-oriented business development, and for more general commercial uses, ... End quote. So my ask would be if you would amend it so that the highway commercial is just by DUP and not separated into those two categories.
I got a little lost. You're only asking that highway commercial be DUP, period.
Correct. Based on the existing general plan.
Man, Jeremy, I want to say no for now.
I emailed you the page number in case you want to mull it over.
So what page?
It's just look in your email. It's page 9 on the land use. Jared, can you take a 10-minute recess?
Can we remember what we're doing for 10 minutes?
We did have a second, is that correct?
Jeremy seconded your motion, and then we had a second motion that I seconded.
Ms. Cox.
So, I guess, yes, we can take a short recess, and we will return about 7 minutes, and we'll return at 11:10.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. It may have just not got here.
All right, let me ask you real quick then.
And it's got to go all the way to China, then Pakistan, then back.
Yes, I've sent them.
Let summer go there. I was gonna wear shorts today, it was too cold. They didn't come through. Hey, Carol.
So, do we have anything like this that's for Trinity County? Our CRC has a wall, I think I sent you the picture once. Our CRC has a wall of all their member counties. We don't have anything on the wall. We just take this, rip this thing off and put Trinity on it and send it down there. This will be a good one. Yeah. I mean, even worst case scenario, your motion's going, whatever.
No, I didn't have, my phone was blacked out.
How you been? Okay? Overworked, overburdened, and underappreciated.
Underproductive at this point because I'm not. I haven't done my job at all. No, I've been doing the clerk's job.
That's why I haven't gotten my raise yet.
I found another mistake to fix. That's the clerk.
On top of what I'm trying to do everything.
The ADA thing on the front page where it says to
Still
contact
says
Emma.
I know.
Which I guess makes your life easier. Like,
Absolutely.
probably get hold of Emma. Put her cell phone number.
I haven't been able to touch budget review. Yeah, from department meetings that start on Thursday.
Am I really going to provide anything for those meetings? Benefit, asset, to just sit here and
It's more of an educational opportunity for you if you want to do it.
But I didn't get reelected.
I would say if it was me, I would go do it.
I've never done it. I mean, I'll be honest. Dan, I'll only run again if you personally ask me.
Probably won't happen. Won't even remember to run myself.
I trust you.
Do your job.
I trust you.
I'm sorry.
Trust that you're very happy about that.
It's a great educational
Hey, John?
You also then come to.
They need to trust in the people that they
The service out there don't work for us, we work for them. I lost my page.
We had a thriving
I can't afford to do that.
flower business.
You can find something you want there.
Well, I got
So we could do that. So they did, and all three.
I choose to just sit here.
Someone stole your pen again?
No, she's loaning me one of my trash died. All that white? I just turned one. everywhere.
I love it.
Okay, we're about to.
I have no idea.
She graduated law school yet?
She should.
Oh, yeah, that's a different name.
All right, it's 11:10, so we will reconvene our meeting and get back to the discussion at hand.
So Supervisor Brown had showed me what he was referring to in the general plan. I will still say that the consistency, the general plan gives the overall direction, and then the zoning code is what is the teeth in the interpretation of that, where within, where again, what I read previously, that what the intent of highway commercial was. I still believe that if we have ancillary businesses or activities in there that would make that, then a DUP is just totally standalone. I would still stand for the CUP.
Okay, understood.
All right, so.
And I did want to talk, we talked a lot about this historic district the historic district really wasn't designed to tell us what businesses to be there. It wasn't historic businesses. It was the historic look that people wanted, that it was looking at. So when you go in, to preserve diverse and harmonious architectural styles and design preferences. And I'm picking through here, so to enhance the county's attraction to tourists. So in general, in the things that the commission has a say over is, or the review committee is not, they can't say you can't have a business, and that actually came up one time. Somebody wanted a tattoo parlor, and one of the commissioners says no under the historic. But what we're really saying is, no, you can't put neon lights in. The windows have to be what they were in 19 whatever. We want to have that historic look and not to modernize the look and not to tell what businesses to be there. And that's just a little side lecture that I felt I had to give.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak?
I guess, are you answering a question?
Well, I just want to make a statement, sir. Ed Presley, Interim Deputy Director of Building and Planning. I've been in this county for about 6 years, and I've watched economic viability kind of go this way and that. And I think this is one of those situations where we have a chance to further the economic viability of this county by allowing things like this. I am neither for nor against cannabis. What I look at is a business opportunity. So if I'm looking at it from an economic development standpoint, I think this is one of those situations that shouldn't necessarily be capped. It should be regulated just like we regulate all the other businesses and allowed to go forward. So I appreciate your time.
And so Director Presley, you do realize that I removed the cap from my motion?
Yes. All right, so I'm thinking we have a motion, actually 2 motions. Do we have any further discussion that's needed? I guess I do have a point that I would like to make, because I have seconded Supervisor Cox's motion, and that I think from the outset when she added that wanting to opt out the historic district, part of the idea behind it wasn't just because we don't want cannabis retail in the historic district, but it was more along the lines of, if you look at the setbacks, it's not allowed anyway. Why don't we put it in the ordinance so people aren't coming in and saying, hey, I want to do this, and then go find out that they can't because the setbacks don't allow it. And then it takes away the confusion, to me, is why I would go along with that. Is if it's not allowed why don't we just state that it's not allowed, rather than make people go do the research and find out, oh yeah, you're within 1,000 feet of everything, and everywhere in this district is unavailable anyway. So that would be why I would support removing it from the historic district, the Weaverville Historic District.
And then ultimately, you're gonna save time as well, because then if someone pushes for variance, and then we're talking about variances of land use versus
Yes.
a neighbor's permission, we're freeing up the planning department to be able to focus on these DUPs that they need to be looking at.
So anyway, I think we can, we have two motions on the table.
Before we vote on the motions, I would ask that the maker and the seconder of both the motions just add a quick sentence into your motions that, as amended, would comply with the general plan. Because again, we're making some significant changes on both of them, so just having that in there would make me feel a lot more comfortable.
Is it significant enough that we have to do a first reading?
No, it is not. No, I believe we're able to move forward on it today. Again, I just want to make sure we have the sentence in there that it's, as amended, it's compliant with the general plan.
I would so move on my motion.
I still second it.
I reluctantly will add that to my motion as well.
And I will amend my second.
Thank you.
So now we have one motion, one amended motion, and one twice amended motion. Do you have all that captured, Susie, or would you like?
There's the motion and the subsequent motion.
Let me give you what I've got, and the makers of the motions can correct me if I've missed something.
Okay.
So for Supervisor Cox's motion, the amended motion that will be voted on first, we are modifying section 17.43H.020, I believe it was, to change to split highway commercial into two zones. Highway commercial with ancillary will require a DUP. Highway commercial with no ancillary will require a CUP. And we are making Weaverville Historic District an opt-out zone for retail cannabis storefront. And based on community values and community character, as amended, and we're making the statement that as amended, these would comply with the general plan.
Yes.
Okay.
We need to, since she was basing it off of mine that you added, the ancillary needs to, we have need ancillary what? So ancillary activities.
Thank you.
That are
Ancillary.
highway commercial ancillary activities. Does that make sense, Council?
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, so
And I don't know if I need to throw this in, but Council, do we need the further findings that I had discussed with you offline regarding the historic committee?
That's your pleasure if you want to add those in. I believe there was findings related to community of value, and we have the tape recording to talk about what that means. But it's your pleasure if you want to enhance those.
I think we have, I think there's a substantial enough finding that it doesn't fit.
So the community character, is this amendment about what that actually means? How we came across that opinion of what is community character when we do that? Two bars on Main Street. So are we trying to uphold something that I'm not catching on to here? As far as community character?
We could,
So again, I believe the recording, so if we were to go back and do a full recording of it, we discuss what that means here related to looking at the Historic Review Committee and the Architectural Review Committee and the feeling that was going for it. But again, you're eligible to enhance that if you'd like to before we vote on it. But are you asking, is there a legal distinction between a bar that sells alcohol and a cannabis store? And the answer is probably yes.
So we have two motions. I guess we can,
I'm going to add that legal distinction just to enhance the findings. And that is that our ordinance states that for that architectural review committee, it's comprised of the number of members, and I don't recall that number off the top of my head, and they are distinguished as to where they come from. Those are to be revisited and voted upon by the board every 2 years or every 4 years with 2-year offsets. And so since council has been here 7 years and can't recall the last time that it happened, I would say that there is some reasonable concern as to the current activity level and influence of that committee.
I think I've been actually here for 9 years, just for clarification.
She was trying not to date you.
That's okay.
You don't have to read that back to us.
No, it's
on record, so.
It's not part of the motion.
I was actually looking to Chairman Inch, make sure that he agreed with that.
Yes,
He was
I
the
think
second of the
that
motion.
would be an amendment of your motion, so yes, I will agree with that. All right. Now, you can call for a vote.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Wait, can you clarify this for the subsequent motion?
This is the
Sorry,
subsequent
yes,
motion.
Thank
I
you.
apologize. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Thank you.
all right. With that, the other motion goes away. And we can move on to county matters. These items, These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request an item be heard out of order. Any request to hear anything out of order? Hearing none. Item 5.1, Board of Supervisors discuss and/or direct staff to bring forward a transient occupancy tax, transactions and use tax, and/or advisory measure to recommend designations of funds for the November 2022 ballot. Is there any public comment on item 5.1?
Yeah, Darrell Ford in Weaverville. Couple of things. I've actually been a proponent of increasing the TOT for quite a long time, and there's been many efforts to do that. But one of the things I'm a little bit concerned about is I have a feeling that this is a concern about the upcoming budget process, and it seems to me like, based upon our history, the chances of either of those passing are pretty thin. You know, we've had sales tax on the ballot recently for sheriff, and that didn't pass. We've had TOT tax on the ballot several times, and it didn't pass. So I'm a little bit afraid that we really wouldn't be able to really budget those dollars until actually after the November election. So it'd be difficult to build a budget based upon them being there. The other thing that I think that's really critical is that something that we could do something about, and hopefully in time for a budget, is actually complete the fee study. I mean, it's been going on for 3 or 4 years or whatever it is now, but in my mind, every department head that builds a budget does the work that needs to be done for a fee study. They should know what it's going to cost them to operate their department. They know what their salaries are, and they should have some idea of how much business they're going to have. And so, to me, it's like, doggone it, I'm going to have to raise my rates. And everybody says costs are going up. We know salaries have gone up. We know other expenses have gone up. And so those expenses increasing should be incorporated in the fee studies, I think, pretty easily, not to the level that it's been, where it's been 3 or 4 years trying to get it done. So, and I think you could get it done in time to actually get it into a budget for this year. So appreciate that. Thank you.
I have a legal question for county council on your backup says that this is not mandated, already got mandated money, so it only needs a 50% plus 1 vote, where it is dedicated money, so it really needs to have 2/3 of vote. And I think you will have problems on that one. So I think county council needs to address that, because you're saying it's going into the general fund for both issues that you're having, the TOT plus the tax increase. And you're saying that these are the things that you're going to probably get rid of if this doesn't happen, so you're definitely dedicating that money to something. So it should be a 2/3 vote.
Would you like to address that, Council?
It's your pleasure. So there's two types of taxes. There is a general and a special tax. General tax does require the 50% plus one, where a special tax does require the 2/3 vote. What makes it a special tax is that in the ordinance establishing the tax, the money has already been pre-designated. So if you recall, when this was done a few years ago, it was pre-designated for law enforcement purposes, looking at sending it to the Sheriff's Department and the DA's Department. That's not what is being proposed here. What is being proposed here is that it would go into the general fund. There's also an ability to do what, and I call it a trailer, but it's, it is a trailer measure, but it's really technically called an advisory measure, where the board can come forward and say, while we're not specifically designating it, we're asking the public if we already get this increase, where would you want to see this money go? And of course, it's non-binding, but it's advisory, and since you serve at the pleasure of your constituents, it is setting forth their expectations of where this money would be going for. So the list in your report are just some general ideas of where we see advisory measures designating money. But it is not in this situation a special tax, just because services will have to be cut if it's not passed, and the specific services that have been identified. Of course, staff identifying them does not mean that they get cut. That just means we're looking at making a recommendation of cutting them. The board ultimately can make their determination, but it would not make it a special tax just because there has been items earmarked for cut. It would only make it a special tax if actually in the ordinance it designated them for no other purpose but for this specific purposes going forward.
All right, do we have any other public comment?
We do. We have Robbie.
Good morning. I would just like to state that I'm a proponent of the TOT tax. Specifically, I'm against a sales tax. Sales tax are the most regressive taxes there are, basically because the poor people spend all of their money. So they support a sales tax with all of their funds, whereas wealthier people do not spend all of their money. A TOT tax is the one that makes the most sense. It isn't even noticed by those that are supporting it. And we have a ridiculously low TOT for our region. I believe we're still the lowest in the state. So I would be supporting the TOT tax. Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Pat Frost.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so first off, I wanted to thank the staff for the very detailed staff report that they provided. It was really helpful, at least to me, and I hope hopefully everybody else who read it. I don't know that I've ever spoken before the Board of Supervisors as just Pat Frost, homeowner, resident of Trinity County, but I'm here in that capacity today. And I have to say that we're in a tough spot, and I think we seriously need to look at both of those tax options. Both of them are going to be a heavy lift. I think the burden, what I want to convey is that the burden for success is not just yours. Your job as a board is to lead us to a place where the community needs to build the support that will ultimately make these successful. And I do think that one of the surest ways to fail is to begin by believing you're going to fail. We need to take a look at this and do everything we can to help the county be solvent. No one likes to pay more taxes. No one likes to pay taxes at all. But no one likes to lose services, and we're at the precipice of losing significant services in this county. So I would just like to encourage you to guide staff towards looking into these more seriously, and I hope to vote for both of them in November. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman Fraser, I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
Can I have the opportunity to speak?
Yes.
Thank you. Dana from Hayfork. I think the TOT tax is a no-brainer, personally. I understand why you don't want to earmark it. I think it's a bar that's too high to pass, especially in the county's environment, political environment. My concern would be having the two taxes on the ballot. I think it's really easy for people to just vote no on taxes and not understand the nuance. And I really hope that there can be a appropriate marketing campaign explaining the TOT tax. I know we all understand it in the room, but it's getting that message communicated out to the voters that it's, you know, ours is 5%, surrounding areas is 10%. It's coming from people traveling through, or people staying locally, people staying in hotels, motels, all the details. I think it would be great to have a concerted effort to get that correct information out there, because I know in the past there was like word of mouth marketing against it, and that's why it's failed once at least. But yeah, I fully support getting a TOT tax on the ballot for voters to vote on in November. Thank you.
Any other comment?
Chairman, I still have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, with that, we will close the public comment on item 5.1 and bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
Well, before we have a motion, I would like it if our CAO would do some elaborating for those who maybe haven't read full detail in the board backup.
Okay, no problem. So the last couple of months, we have received the preliminary department budgets for fiscal year 22-23. And upon the first round of reviews with Craig and Susie, I think I've mentioned to most board members, you know, we are looking at a $6 million deficit. We do not have the funds to cover what the departments are asking. And one thing that I want to make sure the board understands is that, and this is in regards to general fund, while we may have general fund departments, there are also the other departments that rely on general fund dollars. For example, in Health and Human Services, we may be state and federal funded. However, there is a county share match that, you know, they use health realignment, social services realignment, same thing with behavioral health. But there are other programs that do require general fund dollars, such as Public Guardian. That is a general fund program. There's a variety of ways that general fund is spent. However, looking at the $6 million figure, we just don't have that money. And as is mentioned in the staff report, our financial status right now is we have been stagnant. We have not had any room for growth. We are still playing catch up on the class and compensation study that was done in 2015. The board approved moving forward with that class and comp study in 2018, but just now we're just gradually getting staff paid at the rate that they were assessed back in 2015. So we're already behind the salary schedules for those positions. I know, you know, departments such as the library, it has been in discussions in prior budget years. And I met with the librarian last week, and just so the board knows, what she submitted in her budget, yes, it's $408,000, but she submitted a budget that's 3% lower than what she asked the year before. So I really believe department heads do their best to work within their means. And the library, for one, she's even working lower beyond her means as far as what she got the year before, because they do understand the county does not have the general funds. She has a great support system, you know, through the Friends of the Library, animal control. They approached you at the last board meeting. You know, the sheriff has requested another position in animal control. However, the funds are not there. Let's see. Yes, the cost of doing business has increased. And we're facing it year after year, just like any other business owner is facing. I really, you know, think we need to try to support what the departments are asking, because I do not believe they're asking beyond their means. I just think that if we had an opportunity to pursue another revenue source, such as increasing the sales tax, there is an opportunity there. If we could have the community see how we can invest in our county, invest in our parks and our county buildings. Again, we're not operating beyond, or even we're not progressing is basically what I want to say. So let's see, I have quite a few things I wanted to share with you. We have, you know, a list of county long-term debt and liabilities. You know, we are still paying on the hospital debt that we incurred back in 2005. I had conversations with Craig, our financial consultant. We haven't even moved in the balance of that debt. It's like we're just paying the negative interest. You know, our grants department, we had a grants department years ago that unfortunately we did not, you know, close out those books in a positive balance. There's a negative balance that we still haven't paid because, again, even grants require general funds to keep operating. And there's opportunities out there in the grants department that I would encourage the board to pursue. Just recently, our housing specialist, she was mentioning how she's been able to place 18 homeless individuals in our county. And if it wasn't for the grant programs that Susie Calkins has brought into our county, we would not be sharing that news with you. So there's so many opportunities that we can really take advantage of if we had more general fund dollars. So overall, I think if the board can consider the outlook of how our financial status is, it's going to be stagnant, just like the staff report says. It's not progressing to where we would like to be. And then that kind of falls back to county departments to look back on how are we going to operate. We won't have the funds to pay those increased salaries that we need to pay to have competitive positions that we're competing with other counties. We're losing. Sheriff Saxon came and approached the board and requested an additional $600,000 to support his staff. And you know, we're just faced with a really tough situation and how we're going to keep moving forward with a negative balance. And we will have no choice but to meet with department heads in the next couple of weeks to talk about what are we going to have to cut. We will have to cut services or we will have to cut staff, which I prefer to do neither. We really need to keep our county solvent, and this is one avenue and how we can do that. If the sales tax was to pass, and I believe me, I understand the challenges. We're in a really hard time economically, but if we could appeal to the communities by having town hall meetings, educate everyone on how those funds can serve our county services and infrastructure, it could be a successful attempt. So that's pretty much what I have at the moment, but I'm open to any questions that you have.
All right, I do have one question real quick, not for you, but for Margaret, because this is discuss and direct staff. Do we need a motion, or do we just have discussion and then direct staff?
I would prefer discussion and direct staff. If whatever the board's pleasure is, what we will do after that is take the direction you've provided and put it into the tax ordinances if you choose to move forward with them. They are pretty detailed, and I do like to get the BOE to look at them as well to make sure that we have them done perfectly, just to make sure all the technical requirements are met. Then we'll bring them back at the next board meeting, and then if the board chooses to pass it at that time through an actual vote, then we will send it over to the election official to get it on our next ballot, which will be November 2022. Just as a reminder, all tax measures are required to be on a general election, which means after November 2022, the next general election is not until 2024. So this will be the last opportunity in order to do it. In order to get it on the ballot, we have discussed with the election official, she would need it by the first week in August. So we don't have much time to send it back. We would have the last meeting in July and the first meeting in August, and then after that, again, it would be closed until 2024.
All right, so that discussion.
If I may just briefly, there's just a couple items specifically from a drafting perspective. And again, if you choose not to move forward in this, this doesn't need to be discussed. But if you do choose to move forward on it, we do need the questions answered about, again, whether you want this done as a special or a general tax. As discussed before, special tax does require the 2/3 vote versus the 50% plus one. Obviously, the amount or the percentage that the sales tax would be. There are abilities to do expiration or sunset clauses. Again, from a staff perspective, we would not recommend that because, again, they're just require us to go and take this out to people again for a vote, but it is something to consider. There also can be a cap on the amount of revenue generated. So if it goes above $5 million, and again, I'm just throwing out numbers without knowing them, then we would cut it off and return the money back to the people. Whether there wants to be an oversight committee, a lot of jurisdictions have that where members of the public are part of the process of looking at the funds and how they're being spent and provide oversight. That would be needed and required to be included as part of the ordinance if you were to move forward on that. And then again, if you do move forward with a general tax, if you would like to have an advisory measure trailing it, meaning you'd like to ask the people how they want to designate and spend the money, we would need direction to do that because that would be a third measure that would come before the board at the next meeting.
But an oversight committee would not need to be an extra measure.
Nope.
That becomes part of it.
Correct. We put that in the tax measure. Correct.
All right, so discussion. What do we think as a board? Well, just a couple questions. If we did pass the TOT tax, which I think is, I would hope a no-brainer, but Trinity County, you don't know. We would be making $600,000+ annually.
For total, yes.
With it going from 300 to 600,000.
Exactly.
Perception-wise, having two of them on the ballot, does that not look as good? I think the TOT one is going to go. We need one of them.
Yeah, and I agree. I think the TOT will definitely pass a lot smoother.
Sure.
But I think it still needs some outreach to the local businesses. However, if we are going to do that outreach, the question is, why wouldn't we do both? If we could explain and educate how that percentage, because depending on the percentage of what the board agrees to do for a sales tax, we're looking at rounding it up to 8%. It's currently 7.25. If you look at the other counties that were listed there, it's pretty close. The majority of them are 7.75 for the neighboring counties. But again, it's that understanding of what that looks like in your pocketbook. One thing that was brought up in one of our sales tax meetings was it does not apply to the gas tax. The gas tax is a totally separate sales. It's not connected to the sales tax. Not all groceries are taxed with sales tax. Again, if you spend $100, you're going to spend $7.25 today. But if we pass sales tax, it'll go up to $8. So it's 75 cents more. And I get it, 75 cents is an amount. But again, it's a matter of looking at it to invest in our county, to invest in our services and to our staff, that we can be more efficient, keep up with technology. We have a huge need for technology equipment for our protection and security, which we're having to use or may use the ARP funds. So it's things like that from an operational standpoint we want to consider. Can we just continue to be stagnant or progress?
So going to 8%, you would spend $8 on 1,000 right now. And we get
$100.
Say it again?
$100. So $100.
$100.
$80.
$8.
Yes, so that's not a huge jump, really, especially when you think about groceries and that kind of stuff. The average person spends the majority of their money in a grocery store. You go buy a big tire or something like that, a car, you're gonna pay sales tax there, which we don't have a lot of here. But say the question comes up is, all right, you guys are gonna get an extra $1 million, and you're $6 million in debt. How come? What do we do? What do we do?
As far as.
Well, I just want to be clear, we're not $6 million in debt.
No.
I want to make sure that's very clear.
So we made up.
Or more than that.
We made up, yeah, a lot more than that. We made up $1 million in a deficit for this year. We have $5 million left. That question is going to come up. What are we doing to alleviate that deficit? And I know you just said that we still pay the hospital. We haven't, you know, there's going to be things, and this is public, that people are going to hear that we're not doing the best job at.
Well, and it comes back to, yes, we need to be accountable, we need to be open, and you know, maybe it's going to require the board to request for financial updates at board meetings. You know, what's our debt look like right now? You know, maybe do it quarterly. I know we do a mid-year budget review, and you know, there's different ways we can definitely keep informing the public on how we're doing from the financial standpoint.
And you know, as a supervisor, obviously, I think every penny counts and we could use it. I just want to be sure that when we go to these town hall meetings, we're gonna see and hear every question possible.
That's right.
And as a supervisor, we're gonna be able to, we're gonna have to answer those honestly. Why in the past, what in the future, how'd you get here? And we're going to need to give honest, transparent answers to those things. And if you say that between now and August, we're going to have to be up to snuff with those, we're going to need to start getting up to snuff, start planning them, and getting us on the same page here as supervisors. So we need to say, you know, that's honest to the people.
Chair, I believe our auditor is online and has said she has a list of liabilities as of June 30th, 2021 that I believe Supervisor Cox had asked her to present. So she's available to present that if it's your pleasure.
I'm okay with that, yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yep.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Andy Bickle, Operator Controller. So earlier, Libby had mentioned that we were transferring money from the general fund to non-general fund departments based on certain mandates or certain grants which certain expenses aren't covered and are allowed under this grant. The total amount that I budgeted for 22-23 is almost $600,000. That is coming from the general fund out to those departments. In addition, I think it's important for the board to understand the amount of liabilities that the county has currently. And the most recent numbers I have to provide to you today is as of June 30th, 2021. So to start off, we have, as Letty had mentioned, that we did the refinancing of the 2005 COT borrowing, which reduced our interest rate from over 8% down to 3.04%. We currently have a principal balance owing as of June 30, 2021 of $1,615,000. Again, I can tell you that I did pay $385,000 of that principal in 21-22, leaving $1,230,000 with a payoff date of fiscal year 24-25. That's the first one. The next one we have is our PUD hospital loan payable. The liability amount as of June 30, 2021 was $265,605. During fiscal year 21-22, we did hit the maximum requirement of $150,000 surcharge payments to PUD, leaving a balance of $115,605, which based on the surcharges, we should have that paid off in 22-23 fiscal year. We have capital lease that we have the mobile CAD system for the sheriff. Fiscal year as of June 30, 2021, we have $513,056. And I paid $121,377 in fiscal year 21-22, leaving a balance of $391,679. We also have the day wireless radio lease for the sheriff. As of June 30, 2021, we have a liability of $236,661. And the amount paid during fiscal year 21-22 was $44,621, leaving a balance of $192,040. We also had as of June 30, 2021, a capital lease for resource for 2 Peterbilt trucks for solid waste in the amount of $50,717, so that was paid off in 21-22. The next category we have is compensated absences. This is the amount that if the county closed today and we had to pay off all the employees for the leave that they accrued that's sitting on the books, we would have to pay out $1,228,579. That is as of June 30, 2021. The rest of these numbers I'm giving you, I can't give you any updates because of what we have to do with the financials. The next one we have is self-insurance with Trindell. This is the claims liability that we have with Trindell, which is primarily workers' comp claims. The total amount of liability is $3,101,436. The next one we have is the landfill closure. This is the liability amount is calculated annually and is based on awarded contract agreements for closure, ongoing annual maintenance, and monitoring costs for the next 30 years as required. And the total liability is $4,202,916. The next liability we have is our net pension liability. Now, these are actuarials that are done annually, in which they project the future and offset the cost of the amount we have deposited into an irrevocable trust, which we do not have for the pension side. The total amount of liability as of June 30, 2021, based on that actuarial, was $61,708,608. And the final liability we have is our net OPEB liability. And again, this one is based on an actuarial that's done again. As of June 30, 2021, we have $10,248,941 sitting in an irrevocable trust, which is my understanding that it's the Budget Committee's anticipation to transfer $2 million in this upcoming year into this irrevocable trust. And the total liability was $44,702,574. So as of the grand total, at the end of June 30th, 2021, the county has $117,635,152 in liability. So when it comes to pension and it comes to the OPEB, everything is, I'm calling it a guesstimate. They try to portray how much it's going to cost, but they don't know that the sheriff's department just got a 50% pay increase. So that's not including liability. So that's going to first increase your liability. They don't know that for an individual just got paid, they got moved from an account check one to the auditor. So that's going to increase your liability. So I just wanted it to be put out there what the county's liability is, and that is the importance of trying to get some of these measures passed so we can increase our revenue for the discretionary dollars. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you.
I do know she definitely shared a lot of huge numbers. However, again, to me, it's part of that education component of sharing this information with the county. It is not to discredit any prior leadership or board members. It's just, this is where we are today. and how do we want to move forward? This is your decision. And again, it would be up to us to be there at Town Hall. I know Treasurer McBrayer has offered to help with that, but just to inform everyone, you know, how are we doing? And this is what we're facing, and we do want to serve the county the best we can, and we want to provide them the best staff we can. And to do that, we need to pay them fairly and equitably. And yes, you know, there's been quite a few movements on salary increases for the sheriff's office, which we all agree, you know, we definitely need our law enforcement, but there are other county departments that need the same attention. Maybe not to that high level of percentage of increase, but just the acknowledgement that we do need to support all county departments.
Lenny, go ahead, Keith.
Well, I want to make it, I mean, I see the shock and awe here on the board. I do want to point out this is much better than we were 5-6 years ago. This is a huge improvement. I mean, I remember numbers of being $130, $140 million down. And so this number to me, I'm like, man, that's good news. That, you know, we're making headway. And I'm not saying that we don't need to keep making headway, but I want to make it clear, this has been a lot of hard work to drive you forward and be in a much better role than we were when I took office.
And so that would be 7 years?
Yeah.
Keith? Supervisor Gross, sorry. So then the question that's going to come to mind is, if we've made substantial progress over the last 7 years, then why do we need to put a sales tax on here? And that's kind of a rhetorical question. But I know this isn't going to be popular, but I hope it can be seen in a really positive light, because I mean this very positively. I had brought up in our discussion groups that years ago, budgets used to be gone through on a department by department basis. And if we can reflect back to one budget hearing, a year ago, there was a question that was raised during the budget adoption meeting where somebody said, I really want to understand cannabis budget. And everyone paused, and line by line, we went through that budget. And when we finished that conversation, one person's comment had been, you know, I may not agree with everything, but at least now I understand. And there's this wonderful wet blanket that comes over assumptions that information solves. And so I wonder if we could consider taking it department by department, not to pounce on anybody, not to say, wow, you surely don't manage your budget very well. That would not be the reason, or to have department heads have to beg for, I really need this and it's on me to convince you as to why. But from the standpoint of disclosure, this is what it costs to run my department. This is how I have been working so hard to try to get along without these items. This is how it is taking more time and effort for me to have my staff accomplish what we need to, because we don't have the tools in place for what we need. Perhaps that understanding would help us, in conjunction with what Supervisor Gross has disclosed. No, there's been good progress made. But I think if we say, well, you made good progress, why don't you just keep doing what you're doing? Or why don't you make a little slower progress and save us all the sales tax? I think that full disclosure is going to be an important willingness on the part of the county, so that the public does feel they know everything.
I will say that that's actually what we have now. So the old way of doing it is that we battled out here, and which I would highly not recommend, because it was a painful process that one department says, I want an extra 100,000, and then the other department says, I need 200,000, and I'm not going to give an inch. And so then the board had opened, we had these discussions, which was very painful. But the way we are designed today is, and I keep saying 3 days, and since nobody comes, we say 2 days, and it's 1, is just like the cannabis. When I requested that we go line by line, and I think others had too, we have that ability to do that in any department. So if you choose to say, I want to go line by Terry's department, That's what this time is for. And I just don't want us to fall into having to fight here. But we have the ability now to do that. It's just nobody ever asked. And I got sick of the cannabis people saying, you never told us where the money is, and then never showing up to the meeting. So at least it's on tape. So I think we don't have to change anything. We just have to ask that question.
Okay, good to know.
And just to add to that, Supervisor Cox, while that may happen, departments may be requesting more money, so they can operate more efficiently. Right now, the money's not there, and that's what this is all about. We just don't have that additional money that they're asking for. And so that's where we're at, and so now we're faced with making the decisions on what they're not going to be able to have, or...
And we had Craig Goodman had his hand up on Zoom.
Yeah, and I've asked Craig to be available if he's...
Right. So he can jump in here if he would like. Craig, did you have something to add?
Well, I probably did it multiple different times, and I probably don't remember exactly what those were as we progressed. But the key thing, I would just confirm what Keith has said. We have taken a difficult journey on balancing out and getting where we are. So for instance, on OPEB, you heard the big $41 million number, but that number used to be closer to $70 million. And one of the reasons that we were able to get that down, and that didn't mean that we paid $30 million, what we did is over an 8-year period of time, we constrained our budget so that we could get to the ability to pay the full actuarially determined contribution, which is the amount that's required for us to pay if we get a 6% discount rate. Okay, so this is going to get a little technical, but you probably need to understand this. So the 6% discount rate lowers our liability. It lowered our liability by $16 to $18 million, just like that. But it took 8 years to get to that point so that we could see that reduction. We have established the irrevocable trust fund, which we've put money into the PARS trust, which, if you're not familiar with that, that's the OPEB PARS trust. We have, as Angie stated, I believe about $10 million over there that helped to reduce that number down to the $41 million as of June 30th, 21. We also have about $8 million in our ISF OPEB, which she also hinted about this $2 million that's going to go over. That's going to be $2 million in addition to what's left over from the ADC after we do our pay-as-you-go costs when we have to pay the retiree medical for OPEB. So we're continuing to, we developed this plan, and the board was a very visionary in this idea that we're going to treat OPEB just like pension, where we send the money to an irrevocable and we pay the current cost so that liability will continue to come down. My plan was, as we get that to come down enough, we could then shift some portion of that money over, and PARS Trust also has a second side that's for the pension set aside, that we could start putting money there to help maybe lower the pension hit to the county as well, which right now, I think if Angie's still online, maybe she can comment about the UAL cost on pension. What's that total dollar amount that has to be paid in July? And the reason we pay it in July is so that we don't have to pay a larger number over the period of time for the year. We get a discount rate by paying it up front. If she's there, she can just chime in and provide that amount. Each of our bargaining units, or not bargaining units, each of our PERS classifications, whether it's classic or PEPRA for safety or for miscellaneous, each of them have a UAL, and that UAL it's an unfunded actuarial liability, and that's created by partly by the formula that PERS uses to contribute, and Angie hinted at that as well, where someone who works as let's say an accountant or an account tech 1, and they have a 30-year career in the county. Maybe they work as an account tech for 3 or 4 or 5 years. They go back to get their degree. They become an accountant 1. They get to accountant 3. They become the assistant. Over this time period, Well, the way that PERS calculates your retirement is the highest year or highest 3-year average. So if they become the assistant auditor or a manager or an accountant 3, but for the majority of their career they were account tech and accountant 1 or 2, we haven't paid in on these earlier years what they're going to be pulling out in their retirement years. And so that creates this UAL that then comes back and looks like we're not doing our job. It's part of the system, it's part of the way it's built. There's benefits on the other part of your defined contribution plan in that sometimes what they project as what's going to be paid out to a retiree after they retire, you never pay that amount out. So that amount stays in your retirement system, which then kind of offsets. They're hoping that offsets to kind of keep you within a ballpark range. I hope that wasn't too technical there, but those are your 2 biggest liability numbers. Those are the ones that scare you, right? Those are the $100 million in debt. That's not uncommon in every government entity throughout California and the nation. They're all in that same boat. It's this defined contribution flux. My concern is we want to watch trending, okay? And our OPEB trend is great. We're taking that number, it's coming down, right? And I think that's what Board Member Groves mentioned, is that we're doing a good job. We've done a good job on attacking that one. As we were attacking this one, the pension one's kind of creeping up on us, and part of that's because we had to get our salaries back in line with what is owed to staff, and as those ratchet up, our UAL ratchets up, and our shortfall ratchets up, correct? So that pension liability is creeping up, and I hear often from retirees in the county saying, hey, you guys got to do something about the pension liability. And there's a plan, we just have to take the progress on that plan to address those and keep those within a reasonable range. I'm not as concerned that we have those liabilities on the books as long as we have a plan in place to contain them and to not allow them to just grow out of control. So those I'm not concerned about at all at this point, because I think we have a plan in place to address them. The other debt that was mentioned, those stem from 2005 when the hospital became its own special district. And the loan payable also stems from PUD handling the admin of the hospital in the transition period. Those are concerning not the debt, because we're on a payment schedule, which Angie kind of gave you all the details on it, and we're scheduled to pay those off within the next 2 to 3 fiscal years. We'll be done with the actual debt issued hospital issue. The problem is we still have $8 million sitting in our hospital fund shortfall. So $4 million of that's cash, 3-something million of that is an advance from the general fund. That has not been addressed at all. It's kind of like Letty mentioned to you about our grant. Back when I first started with you, there was a grant issue that left about $800,000 in negative cash out there because there was no provision for the admin costs that were not covered by the grant. So it's costs that were valid, that were accumulated over time and never funded. That's the stuff that we're trying to keep an eye out. When we see negative cash, we're immediately asking, what's going on? Is there a receivable coming? Is there something coming? So I think that aspect is we have not been able to address that $8 million number at all. I do have conceptually a plan with budget in that as we pay off the Umpqua direct placement debt and we pay off the PUD loan payable, that we continue to make those payments to that hospital fund, 901 fund. And so as that accumulates over there, we can then pay the general fund back. But the schedule on that, having to go through that exercise, because we also recently asked the state to see if we could get forgiveness on the hospital loan to get some infused money from the state, which went nowhere this year. We're trying to figure out, we did a plan with them and we identified that it'd probably take us 20 years at the current rates to get that $8 million paid off once our debt is paid off. So there is a plan in place. It's just going to take so long. 20 years down the road, we're not doing any maintenance on our building. Our people are still, it's hard to attract people to the county because one, you don't have enough housing. And two, the salaries don't compete with surrounding areas. So that's kind of the stuff we're struggling with, and we're trying to figure out how best to benefit the county. Hopefully that wasn't too much.
That's great.
Thank you, Greg. Good. So, I think we're going a little past what we're talking about, but to me, the message to the public is that the county isn't in financial trouble. The county's made great strides forward, but by doing that, we have cut services. And I gave a little talk a few months ago about our dump, and I think that's our solid waste program, and that's exactly that same scenario, that we have done an amazing job by not raising the rates over there very much and not raising the cost up. But we are in the situation now where we're not offering the service that people want. And so that's the message that, yeah, we can live without this tax, it's just you're not going to have the services that you want. And it's not that we're going to pay $100 million off, it's that, you know, X gets done. I would like to go back and talk about the TOT. I disagree with the backup that TOT should be really going into the general fund. To me, TOT should be going to the cost of the tourists coming here. And we have, and this goes back to when I tried to pass one and failed, so take that for what it is, but fire departments sell pies so we can have an ambulance, so when a tourist cuts their finger off on a boat, that somebody's there. I've always felt that the resorts didn't pay their share, and some do. And this is mainly a North Lake thing. Some resorts are very generous in fundraisers and that, and others don't. But when you look at, I think the numbers I remember, 30% of the accidents in the summertime are pure tourists. Well, that's the sheriff's department, that's our unpaid local volunteer fire departments. They're the ones that cost comes out of. Two, that money from, you ask resorts to collect this money and they really don't get anything out of it. I said that money should be going to attract more tourists through the chamber and having these events as, you know, we give some of that money to museums and things that are tourist related, and it's a way for the tourists to pay for this and not just to go into the flat general fund. I know that the 66.6 plus 1, that was a number we couldn't reach last time, but we also had a lot of saying, well, you're just going to put it in the general fund and it's only a couple $100,000 and you're going to miss that away on your trip to the Bahamas, and it's a waste of time. So I really am adamant that somehow that money needs to go to those specific things that are tourist related.
Is there any way, is it appropriate or inappropriate? And now that now that the ambulance has been restructured, it's not as big a deal, but the sentiment that still lies there, is that appropriate to the accidents and happens, not just the fire department?
Yeah, but remember there's, I don't know, how many fire departments?
Yeah.
13 fire departments. Not one of those gets reimbursed.
Right.
Yeah, our local one, but Coffee Creek packs them up from the top of Scott Mountain all the way to Mule Creek.
Yeah.
And we don't get a penny.
And what about search and rescue needs?
Search and rescue also falls into that. So yeah, we get money for people to be on the boat, but on the lakes, okay, great. But those costs of tourists being here, if they weren't here, our locals wouldn't have to pay that, and I think it's just unfair. And I've always felt that, I don't think most of the tourists even know it. You have a car wreck, you're laying there, you're in shock, some guy comes and picks you up, puts you in an ambulance, drives away. I don't think that guest to the community understands that that person gave up his dinner, gave up every Wednesday of their life to haul him down there, and my 94-year-old mother baked a pie so that they could buy the gas to drive it 2 miles. And so anyway, that's...
So question for council out of this. When we talked about, and I have to say, we called it not a trailer anymore, but an advisory measure, or, okay, so there was two things. There was an advisory like measure, but then there was also like an advisory committee that you could put on something just to try to direct. Is there any way, we've kind of talked about these two tax measures as almost competing. Like one of them seems like the no-brainer, you know, that we shouldn't subsidize other people's vacations on our own backs. The other one feels like we're asking our locals to pay for something that they may be uncertain about. But they kind of seem like they're going hand in hand right now. Is there how can you with the measure give greater clarity to the way that the two of them are almost conjoined, even though they have to be separate? That's just a messaging thing ahead of time, or can that be somehow spelled out with better clarity in the measures themselves?
So they do have to be separate, you are correct, and they do each have to pass individually, but that doesn't mean there can't be additional guidance or direction that's provided as part of the resolution that puts them on the ballot that discusses kind of how they interplay with each other. There's also an opportunity once it does get on the ballot to write a position statement in favor of it. And that may be an opportunity as well to spell out a little more detail about what the intent is.
But not one dependent on the other, because there are people who feel like, yeah, I would vote for the TOT if I knew it was going to truly do those things that Supervisor Gross described. And more so, because I don't think they understand everything that he described. Could they be interdependent on each other? If we had the sales tax, that we could utilize that to help provide services that are looking like they're in jeopardy. If we simply had I lost my train halfway through my sentence. Do you see where I'm going?
I do, and I think that, again, there's two options to do that. One is to do it as a special tax, which means it's very specific, but the problem is that there's such a high burden that in this community, typically those won't pass. So that's where the advisory the advisory measure comes into play. You can do an advisory measure on the TOT tax as well and ask the public where they want to see this money utilized. You can also, as we talked about before, do a oversight committee on the TOT just like you would on the other tax. The oversight committee could be one, or oversight committee could be two. You can specify it however you want. It's the board's pleasure.
I do want to remind the board that tourists do pay sales tax as they pass through.
Yeah.
So that, looking at this past weekend, we had quite a few visitors this weekend, and that would have helped our sales tax. That will help.
And to me also, the elephant in the room is, having fought this battle before, is the same people that were powerful in stopping the TOT were the same people that stopped the cannabis tax from flowing in. And so it was a very powerful organization of people that stopped the TOT last time because they wanted that money spent someplace else. So I don't know how you reach out to that group and get them on board this time. The chamber didn't make a position last time, but all the chamber members did independently. And I'm talking to the Weaverville Chamber. I got chewed for not doing that specifically saying. And so this has been a group of people, and I don't want to say name names, that has taken other issues over the importance of income into the county. So that's something that from a strategy standpoint will have to be worked out to try to attract that group in, try to get the newspaper on board, try to, it was a tough fight. I mean, I can say in my district I got 60%, but other districts, I think Weaverville is 60% or close enough too, but other districts do.
So Keith, without naming names, we are going to have to address these people.
Yeah, I think so that.
So who are they and how do we address that small group? And how do we, let's refine that down?
Not a small group if it's over 40%.
Or a large group. But how do we, without naming names, how do we get through to this group of, we'll say, Trinity County?
Well, I will say last time that they had, this group had their own plan for taxing themselves, right? So I forget what they called that, Margaret. The T-bid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, historically, that we had asked the chamber, was there any plans, and it was no, okay, we'll go ahead. So when we went ahead, that put pressure on the people within that group who didn't want that to say, okay, well, we're not going to do a TOT, we're going to do the T-bid. And so I get their feeling that they would rather have the money given to themselves and then they decide what to do with the money than give it to the county because, you know, we're going to buy Cadillacs or whatever.
Right.
So that's
Understandable.
that blew
I get where you're going.
that blew up in their face.
Right.
And so maybe this group of people that fought last time would now say, okay, we get it, it didn't, our plan didn't work. I don't know, that somebody would have to reach out into those groups.
Right.
And this is when I mentioned that I would really like to see some of this be chambered, the different chambers being the ones driving it. When grassroots groups do things, it seems to get a lot more traction than when the supervisors do things.
Sure.
We say you can't pass the 66, but we saw the ambulance just pass the 66. Now it was less money than they wanted, but they passed a 66%. The hospital always passed a 66. So people, if sold correctly, will buy in. I just found when I was out running for, or trying to pass W, it was like, we give you guys enough money anyway. And
no,
in Sacramento, you know, what all the money away, and so, you know, why should I pay more? So I think getting a chamber group or, you know, whatever grassroots group goes out there and does it is the best way to go. I do agree the sales tax is a steeper hill.
Very, very much steeper.
And I would not, you know, recommend that not to be a general fund. But anyway, that's, well, the sales tax, I mean, I would recommend the TOT, we try again to get that into special.
66% vote.
60%.
And dedicated to fire departments and
a percentage to police, fire, and then to the chambers or whatever, tourist resource and
Would it not be easier for us to drop it down to an advisory thing like we talked and do a 50+1? To make it actually 67?
The only problem I have with that is I was actually on an oversight committee, which is, yeah, you kind of feel like you're just listening rather than overseeing most of the time. But the issue I have with that is that's non-binding. And so we know, anybody who's been involved with people asking for money, when you have all these department heads sitting in a room with you going, we need this money, the fire departments in the far-flung reaches of the county, yeah, that's what the people would like us to spend the money on, but we need it here. I do have a tendency to agree with Keith, and I've had this discussion with some of the people in my district lately, fire departments and such, that have no funding, and they're like, well, how do we do that? I believe that it would be, I think we almost have a better chance of passing a TOT tax at 66%, dedicating the funding, than at 50% going to general fund. And right now, I think we have a very, very steep uphill climb to pass any kind of sales tax. I would almost guarantee it wouldn't pass in my district, which my district, when it comes to a vote, doesn't move the needle a long ways. But no, I don't think any tax would pass in my district right now because
I agree, it wouldn't pass on mine either.
It's gonna be tough.
But here's my thinking, just as a guy, person. I'd rather have the money in my pocket to figure out how to spend it than not have it in my pocket. So we should do whatever we think will get us that money in our pocket. 67% of anything in Trinity County tax-wise is tough. It's really tough. 50% plus one, you know, it flies, I think, on the TOT. I think the sales tax, it's an uphill climb. It really is. I think we need it, absolutely we need it. But I would hate to make the limitations so high on the TOT tax that we got nothing. You know, I think that having something is better than having nothing, and then we figure out how to spend it with the advisory type deal that doesn't make it go to 67%. My thoughts on it.
I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Oh, I was just, no, please, I was just curious what Supervisor Brown
With TOT, well, a lot of what I've heard is that the people that collect the TOT don't trust and believe in the way that the money is spent back to support their services of bringing in people into the county to lodge overnight. I would support it going into the general fund, and then the TOT entities already kind of put their requests for budgets within that process of the TOT dollars. And so, does that answer your question?
Yeah, what do you think about the sales tax?
The sales tax? I have concerns over both the taxes being on at the same time, just because Trinity County is an anti-tax county in my opinion. I support it, I believe in it, I think it would be helpful. I do think a lot of tourists spend their dollars when they come into Weaverville one way or another. If it's buying groceries at the market before they go camping or to the lake or whatever. I think there's value, but I have my largest concern with the public's optics on it. And so I liked Liddy's suggestion of having really good town hall meetings so people can understand it. But I don't think you're going to get the support without the actual lodging owners backing it. And there's a lot of old history and a lot of trust issues to get that, I would imagine.
Keith, since the last time you tried to pass this, has there been lodge owner changeover? And some of the bigger proponents, I guess, aren't here.
I would say there has been, but the lodges that changed are the ones that supported the TOT. There's two powerhouses that control the vast majority of the TOT, and they have not changed.
So without naming names.
Do your own research.
Do your own research.
One of the things that I learned in asking the question was TOT, lodging owner said, I'll only support that if it's dedicated funds, as we said, and I'll absolutely, come against it if it isn't. And so it almost seems like the TOT would, I believe this is what Supervisor Grove said, and I agree, TOT should be dedicated and give people that comfort, then they're assured. 67% could be achieved if they were assured of where that money was going to go. And I really think we should lean back to and recall what an excellent job the TOT partners did this last year in coming together as a unified entity and marketing our county. They did a beautiful job. But I didn't realize how it needs to go to fire departments and search and rescue, all of those things that are affected when our visitors do come. And then if the TOT was a special tax and the sales tax was a general tax with a boatload of educating.
Well, I wish we had a little bit of time.
Just one last
a little
thing.
bit of education.
Again, yes, special taxes is not discretionary, so it would be a targeted group of people who would receive that funds. Again, we're talking an additional $300,000 possibly, so that's not, it's substantial, yes, but it's not going to help our budget.
No, and I think it could help our budget because it's like one of your cut positions is paying back volunteer fire departments for workman's comp. You could finance that with the portion you give to the volunteer fire departments. You know, there are certain ways it could benefit our budget, and there are also, I think that, I really do think that we have a much better chance with a targeted tax on the TOT because a lot of people, they don't see any benefit from that money. It doesn't matter to them anyway because they're not going to be paying it, but it's just a tax at that point. It's not, if we put some, it's a tax to finance the things that you care about, then we might finance some of the things that we care about.
So Letty, last time, it was designed basically, the numbers aren't quite right, but they're close enough. I think 225, 100 went to the sheriff's department for 3/4 of a deputy or whatever it was. And then the balance, the 50% got split. I think each fire department got like $6,000. And then the balance went to the chamber to bring more people here, to spend more money, to bring us more money in. So that money that goes definitely to the sheriff, I mean, and it's only, you're $6 million, so it's 5% of the $6 million you're trying to get to. So TOT is not anything that's going to dig you out of any financial hole.
Yeah, and we have negotiations coming up again at the end of the year for the sheriff's office.
Which, that's been the discussions I've had, and this is not anything against how you've done things in the past, Keith, but people that I've talked to about the TOT said, you're financing the sheriff. Send that money to the volunteer fire departments. And I think that I would agree with that. It's like, yeah, if we give some to the sheriff, to me it would be, all right, we're going to give 50% to our volunteer fire departments, 25% to the animal shelter, and the balance is going back to the Chamber of Commerce to do what they need to do. And that would be the discussion we'd have to have as a board, is how to break up that and how to dedicate that funds.
Yeah, I think that's a very clever way to go. Right now it seems to be the animal shelter, and that does come out of the sheriff's budget. Mm-hmm. So how it gets split up, I'm not.
That could be a long discussion or a simple one.
I just feel it should go back into those.
You know, I do think if it goes to the sheriff's department, you know, we just gave them a huge sum of money. And we go, hey, we're going to give them some more. No, it's
They got a
okay.
15%
Yeah.
increase, and earlier in the year they got 7%.
I think it was 9.
9. So we're looking at
I mean, I'm looking at
24%.
this thing going, wow, you guys just gave them a boatload and another boatload and $20,000 to hang out. Now we want to give them more? I vote no.
But that's the education factor, because of a boatload of a percent on a very small amount is.
Sure, I'm just looking at it from the outside end.
Yeah,
I get our side of it, I'm looking at it from the person who's going to vote on this.
For the sheriffs that are watching, Liam goes $2.99, I go $3.
Anytime. Anytime.
And I'm on 36, so I don't have to worry about it. All right, I think we keep kind of getting off into the weeds a little bit, though. We do need to give direction at some point.
So, two other things that I'm going to throw in here. I'm not a huge fan of the recommendation ballot part. That's what we are paid for.
Yeah.
We give a list of what services we're going to cut in the backup, and then we say, oh, where do you want the money spent? Because we just justified it by spending it. We're saying these are the things we're going to cut. I mean, it's our job to decide what the people want. And
we hear from them regularly.
What I see from surveys is that, you know, we could sit here in 5 minutes and list all the things that people want. So I'm not a fan of that part. If somebody convinces me that makes them more apt to vote for it, okay. And with this, I'm going to try to sneak it in, but not too far, council, is does the board want me to bring forward the illegal cannabis tax as part of this discussion, say the next time. It is written, it could be bring forward. So.
And that being done, then you say, if you brought it forward at the next meeting, you're saying that would could hit the November ballot?
Yeah. Because it's written.
And I can't wait to hear how that works, because that still confuses me.
And that also gives us the time to see with the trailer bill, which they specifically says that illegal growers have to pay the tax, and the state is going to go after illegal growers for not paying the state tax.
So I would, if you can swing it, I would support that.
Okay, so I'll, council, if you could, since I've worked with council on this, to get that in the next agenda.
And then,
And when they say that they'll go after them not paying that tax, will that then trigger them to go after the grow itself?
I
They just want the
I doubt it.
Just the
But
money.
I've seen the CSAC quarter paragraph headlines. I don't really know what it means in the scheme of things.
all right.
So the other piece, I don't know if we talked about this yet or not, but I think that if CEO Garza could let us know that the fee study, I think that there's a perception that if we just had our fee study updated, then the people who are using those services would be then paying for those services. But they feel like if it's not updated, then everyone is paying for the services of some. They don't want to pay extra.
Yeah, I do have a commitment that we will get the fee study done by the end of this year. Not sooner, hopefully by the end of this year.
It's good to hear you're going to be here till the end of the year.
Well,
By the end of the fiscal year.
we'll see.
So Keith, a little bit more explaining about, I don't understand how the legal person pays for the cleanup or.
Okay, for discussion.
Yeah, I just don't.
Rephrase your question.
So you said you were going to put something forward about tax for the illegal cultivator.
Right.
Sorry, for the legal cultivator to foot the bill for his tax.
That he has to be responsible for taxes like anybody else.
Okay, so.
Or she, excuse me.
So I'm an illegal cultivator. You come to my house and you find out that I have, I'm not a legal cultivator. I have $500,000 worth of cannabis in my backyard, and I haven't paid my $29,000 in tax. What are you going to do? Leave my place? Is that the next step to make me pay that tax?
We would do the same thing that if you don't pay any other tax.
All
Yeah,
right.
probably.
So, I guess this is a question that comes from that. Then, so say I have a piece of property nowhere to build, and I pay $20,000 for it, and I pollute the heck out of it. You guys come out and want my tax money. Now the county owns it because you leaned it. I walk. Joe, be responsible. I'll be responsible for the environmental damage as a county to clean that up since we now have taken that.
I don't know how far we can go in this council right now.
Yeah, I'd like to see
because
just the tax
There
efforts.
there is that. Also, well, maybe you have a $5.6 million piece of property and we take that.
I doubt those people.
Yeah,
You could.
let's discuss that in the future when it's on the agenda. Okay, so staff, have you received any direction? Because I don't have any direction personally. So I think we can agree that we want to pursue a TOT tax, but do we want to pursue it as a special tax?
I'm special.
I was going to say, the notes I have indicate that it's majority special.
Special tax, okay, so do you guys want us to try to come up with the numbers on how we want that special tax to be spent now?
Yes, we would need that right now so we can write it into the ordinance. We do have how it was done on the last one, which we can mirror. I can pull that up. I don't know if Susie has that available.
Is that in the back?
It is not, no, our prior, but I do believe we have that. So if you hold a second, we can find that.
Okay.
And then I also have.
Well, while staff is looking for that information, can we come to a consensus of some sort on whether we want a sales tax to be put on the ballot?
Well, can I ask a question? Supervisor Gross, do you have any guess as to if the tax that you are going to bring forward for discussion next time, what kind of money that may bring in?
Well, the potential is enormous, but basically it was $100 a plant, so figure out how many illegal plants there are in the county, and we're talking millions of dollars, but
4,000 times 100.
Because the odds of that passing are really high, I would think.
I wouldn't say that at all.
No?
It says tax. And the word tax in Trinity County means no.
And the other part of what's, I'm trying not to go too far, but a lot of the community, cannabis community doesn't feel it's a fair tax until we have a fair program going. So there's a time delay that I put into it that it doesn't take effect until there's a functioning program.
Sure.
So,
That's fair.
and so there's no immediate monies that would come out of it.
Right, so I do think that, I don't know, the sales tax discussion, I think that it's going to be difficult, extremely difficult to pass a sales tax. One of the questions I would have is how much is it going to cost us as a county to put it on the ballot?
And what I found out from the elections director, she mentioned that all ballot measures that are on the ballot for November are basically divided, how many measures are on the ballot. So yes, traditionally it's like 75,000 for the whole election cycle. However, depending on how many measures there are, it's divided by that number. So for example,
put 75 on there, we'll still have to pay $75,000.
yes, but there's other state measures that get put into it, so the cost is divided by all those measures. So again, going in with the TOT, yeah, it will be divided up into how many measures there are. If it is the sales tax, again, it gets divided again, so it's a lesser amount. And again, if you want us to campaign for the TOT, like we talked about, you know, we could do both.
County entity can't campaign.
Correct, no, well, I will send you out a memo if you move forward on this that will have exactly what you can and can't do. Private citizens can go and campaign, but we can't discuss it after it gets put on the ballot from in this forum. I did look it up from the last time on the TOT. It was allocated 50% to the Sheriff Department, 20% to volunteer fire, 30% to promotion of tourism. That was sunset after a year, and it then ultimately went to 30% to Sheriff, 20% to fire, and 50% to tourism.
I would change the Sheriff Department part and the Fire Department part and put a lot more money into the fire departments than the Sheriff's Department. I think we have a better chance of passing it, personally, because...
Pick a number.
Well, I gave you a number before with 50, and I was just going with quarters, but I would say 50% to the volunteer fire departments, and then go 20% to the Sheriff's Department. I don't know if we could specify, allocate that to the animal shelter, and that's not really a tourist-based, but it would help the Sheriff's Department if they could spend that money elsewhere, and then the remainder go to the.
So you're dropping tourism from 50 to 30 when you do that?
Well, the initial was 30% for tourism, and then it went up afterward, correct?
Correct.
So the initial pass was we take some from tourism to get it passed and then give some back afterward.
So I'll say that one of the reasons we did that was we anticipated going up. At the time, we were looking at $200,000 a year. So in whatever 5 years, now we're at $300,000 a year.
Of course, with a larger percentage.
Right.
So, Susie, I have a question for you. What will our liability monetarily be to put these on the ballot?
That's what I was just asking. It's going to be, who knows, it depends on how many other around.
Vera, what was the...
In terms of Garza just stated, it's going to depend on how many items are actually on the ballot. and how many we place on the ballot, because we're gonna pay our share of those ballot items, but there's really no way to know until elections knows how many items are coming on the ballot and from where they come from.
Mr. Chair, could we ask Darrow if...
So don't forget, the county pays for the election. The state puts the items on the ballot, but the county pays for the election. We don't get reimbursed by the state for election costs. So what you're going to add, it's going to cost a little bit more. But the bottom line is you're paying for the election period. And so the additional cost of adding an item on the ballot really only becomes a function of what the ballot looks like. We had to have a 2-page ballot in the primary. If you have a 1-page ballot versus 2-page ballot, that's where your costs are. You're paying for the election in November, regardless of who's on the ballot. And so you're adding a little bit to the cost potentially, but the bottom line is, from the standpoint of the actual cost of what you're talking about, you can go in and say, well, let's do a percentage by who's got things on it, and we're going to charge the county for this proposition. You're already paying for all the other propositions that are on the ballot anyway. So to me, that's kind of a bit of math that's not particularly important.
So is the confusion maybe that has come from that is if an outside entity was coming in to place something on the ballot, it may lower the cost a tad?
If you had a PU, if you, and you will have, there will be, because now they moved all the special district elections to that same election. So as you have special district people on the ballot, they will be charged for a portion of that election. So other than state and county functions, anybody else, in other words, if the PUD or the hospital has a contested board election, they will pay for a portion of that election. But it'll be a percentage based upon how big their district is and all that other kind of stuff.
Thank you for your expert witness.
All right. So, does anyone want to make a suggestion with the sales tax?
I would suggest that we at least have staff bring that forward at not the 0.75, but at the 0.5 increase.
I would agree with that. Just at least have another board meeting and see if people show up and yell at us one way or the other. That would be beneficial. And then move from there. Does anybody have a concern with
this? At 0.5 and 0.75, they only yield just a little bit more.
Yeah, well, sometimes.
Well,
0.25 sometimes might be.
$1 million versus 600 or 700,000.
I just think when we mention raising the sales tax, 5 or half a penny or 3/4 of a penny, I think elicits the same response from the community. I'm not sure that somebody goes, oh, half a penny, I'm good. 3/4 penny, I'm not good.
I don't know, 775 versus 8. Let's make it 799.
You do what you like. I just think it doesn't elicit that big of a response.
I don't know. That's why most gas stations say $5.99 instead of $6. It makes it look more palatable. I know the issue we're going to be fighting with the sales tax is people are already looking at it going, man, my dollar's worth like 60 cents, and now you want to take another cent. It's going to be a difficult sell, but I think does anybody think we should go, besides Liam, it sounds like wants to go with 0.75, it's that Supervisors Brown and Cox, what do you guys think?
I mean, it's the money sounds nice, scaring people away doesn't sound nice, but it's all going to be in the education of what the value is for and how it's being used. So I support, obviously, the collection of more.
Who wants more? All right.
So I'll back 0.75.
I think if we're going to do it, we should just do it. And I think it's going to be an enormously difficult sell. But if you're going to put all this effort into it, it should be something that is worth the effort.
So it sounds like we have a general board direction to pursue the sales tax at 0.75%.
Well, I read those two to be an 8.
Well,
It
would
would
raise
it's
it
adding
points.
it. It's adding it, but you know, I'm sitting on the line because
Don't straddle the fence.
I know. So when this comes back, like, I just want to hear from the public more. Like, we're saying we need to educate them, and we do. But they also need to educate us. And so bringing it back, does it have to be defined today between, I mean, if they said, you know, I would pay half a cent, but I'm not going to pay 3/4 of a cent, I'd like to know that.
No, you can modify that during the actual hearing on it, which will be during the next meeting, is if we write it as 0.75% and then they come back and say, we'll back you at 5.5% and you decide to make that modification, we can make that modification before it's
Because
passed.
the other two components that are lying here are the fee study, raising it to what needs to be. We've been leaving a lot of money on the table for a long time. And then Supervisor Groves bringing forward his proposal. If we could fix it with those two things, I think that that's an interesting new thought process that needs to be given consideration.
So,
No, nothing is.
The- so if I guess direction to staff would be to bring it back as it proposed, and then at our public hearing, if we hear a bunch of feedback that says, okay, we'll support you if you drop the rate, then at that time we'll drop the rate.
Sounds good. Just for clarification, we received direction on 3 items today. First one being a special TOT tax to look at doing 50% to volunteer fire, 20% to sheriff, and 30% to tourism. Also bringing back a general tax at 0.75% with no other components that were in the staff report discussed, just as a straight tax. And then also bringing forward the illegal cannabis tax.
And are we being
No.
specific?
Sorry, Jill. I think the sheriff department one should be the animal shelter.
Yeah.
Have you talked about-
Specific about the animal shelter?
Right.
Can we do that?
Yes, you can do that. You can have it specified towards animal control, yeah.
Okay, and then,
No, I had 50% volunteer fire, 20% sheriff, 30% tourism.
and, yeah, I guess, could we should we sunset the animal shelter provision and say that it goes to them for the first so many years and then the sheriff can decide how to spend it? Or just leave it as the animal shelter?
You can leave it, but understand the sheriff can supplant that money.
He'll just take some of their other budget if he
Yeah.
wants to, yeah, so.
We just requested a special person, another person for the animal shelter.
So,
So, yeah, at the end of the day, animals.
I'm expecting the finances.
I was gonna say, at the end of the day, animal shelter is not a mandatory service, so if it gets to the point where there is not additional funding to fund the animal shelter, and the animal shelter does ultimately have to get closed, then this portion of the tax will then be unspecified. It may be easier to put it just to the sheriff in general, and then, with a direction that you would like to look at, or you're gonna use this as a board to supplant the additional person in animal shelter.
How does that work with tourism though? Because at the end of the day, that's not mandated either.
What I mean, correct, it's not mandated. What I mean is that if you designate the money to the animal shelter and the sheriff, who has control over his function and his departments, makes the determination that even with this additional 20%, they can't keep the animal shelter running and they shut down the animal shelter, now you have 20% of this TOT tax that's not designated, and ultimately then you can't keep that money. So if you would have to return it to the people, since the designation of the purpose of which is designated is no longer available. If you designate it to the sheriff in general, he can then utilize it for mandatory services or other services such as patrol if the animal shelter is ultimately closed.
Can you designate it to the animal shelter with a designee should they close?
Yes.
A different designee?
Yes, absolutely.
So I would find it hard to believe that if we're raising it from 300,000 to 600,000 TOT, 20% goes to the animal shelter, which is 120,000?
No, we're looking at an additional, the TOT is just an additional, what is it?
So we go from 300,000 to 600,000, we're dividing that up 50, 30, 20.
Well,
Not the whole 600, just the additional 300.
So it'd be 60,000
The original 5% stays discretionary.
Okay, so 60,000 would go to, in our case, the animal shelter. I think the sympathy kind of on the street right now is the animal shelter. I think that plays a lot better than the sheriff. I think the optics are big there. I certainly would go with the animal shelter and 60 grand, even just say it, about 60 grand. That funds somebody. And they're looking for a spot.
It likely wouldn't fund an entire position, but, because you have to remember you have PERS.
But I was going to say, I think animal control is a mandated function, so even if we closed the animal shelter, that could go towards the animal control officer's salary,
I
correct?
believe rabies is the only mandatory aspect to it.
Again, in the weeds, pretty deep.
So, Chairman Fraser, you do have your public health nursing branch director has raised her hand. I'm not sure if she has what her comments are, but.
Okay, well, I didn't see that raised hand, so go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Fraser. I just wanted to add something that recently developed. I'll be meeting with Sheriff Saxon on Thursday. We are looking to fund the shelter staff person, that fourth person that has not been funded yet. We saw the ask in the journal around this, and we've been looking at our budget and seeing how we can help support the rabies control, staffing and response in sheriff, because it is squarely a public health safety issue. So we'll be talking with Tim on Thursday. So we fully expect to pay for that shelter position. I just wanted you to know that so that you can make the appropriate language for the sheriff's designation in the tax revenue.
Is that for animal control or just a part-time person there or a couple part-time people there?
What we're looking at is we already we've increased the allocation for the animal control officer. We're fully funding that position. We're looking at fully funding the fourth shelter person that they have. They have three, from what I understand, they have three part-time, and I know Tim's on the call. And then there's a fourth that was requested to be full-time for the shelter, and we are looking at funding that as well as possibly other deputy costs that respond to purely rabies calls.
Well, thank you very much. How much is the full cost of an animal control officer that we're going to fund?
I'd have to, don't quote me, I'd have to ask Kate. I think it's roughly between $90,000, $100,000, something like that. The shelter, full-time shelter personnel would be, animal care technician is their designee, would be roughly $60,000, I believe. So that's what we're going to be talking about this Thursday.
Well, thank you for stepping forward. I appreciate that.
All right, so would everybody be happy just to designate 20% to the sheriff's department, and then he can decide if he wants.
How about increasing fire departments?
Increasing the fire departments to a higher percentage, and then the other thing with the sheriff's department that some of that funding could be used for would be search and rescue. That's a tourism-based thing. So that would be, I don't know how, I don't want to designate everything because we could sit here forever trying to figure it out and still be wrong. But I do think that the lion's share should go to the volunteer fire departments, and it is a big drag. The tourism industry is a drag on our fire departments in the summer. I can go either way with going 20% to the sheriff's department and trusting him to spend it wisely. I don't have a problem with that. But Council, how can we have a suggestion in there that we give that to the sheriff's office to spend on tourism related issues or just give them 20%?
You can absolutely specify in that it's provided the sheriff to offset services that are provided for based on tourists in the community.
So like search and rescue or?
Yep. Patrol sometimes qualifies for that as well.
Especially lake patrols.
Lake patrols, absolutely.
Campground patrol.
Correct. Frankly, the jail at times as well would be supplemented by it.
All right, so anybody have any feedback? Because I'm okay with just going 50, 30, and 20, just say sheriff's department, and we can put that for tourism-related costs.
And then we'll receive feedback when it's on the agenda item.
Yes.
Saxon raises his hand.
Oh, the sheriff raised his hand and I wasn't looking. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Just a quick comment with regard to lake patrol. That is funded by a state grant. The primary personnel costs are covered, as well as the patrol fuel and whatnot is covered under a grant. I would like to point out that if you are looking at funding the sheriff's office, it makes it a lot easier if the funding comes directly to the office, and I would hope that you would trust my administration to fund appropriately the animal shelter costs that way. We are meeting, as Marcy pointed out, this week to discuss the additional monies coming in, and as I was telling Marcy, I very much appreciated the fact that she was listening in last week and stepped up to be part of the solution for helping us solve that problem. And funding has been a problem in the past, and as long as I've lived in Trinity County, as Keith was pointing out, our revenues have been extremely flat ever since we've lost the primary revenues coming in from the logging industry. We've been going downhill with regard to being able to support the services coming into this county, and I hope that we are able to move forward in looking at some alternatives to raising our fees, our revenues, and possibly fees coming in through the fee study as we're able to move forward on that. But we are looking at some additional alternatives to fund our animal control. As it was pointed out by somebody earlier, the shelter in and of itself is not a mandated program. However, the rabies programs is a state mandated program. So our animal control officer is mandated to be on board on that. And as far as the specifics with regard to salaries and our budget items on that, we will be able to speak in more detail later on once we have our budget meetings and we can hammer out some of those numbers. But right now, those numbers are not firm, so rather not discuss those in a public session right now. But thank you.
Staff, do you have direction?
Don't screw it up.
I have everything I need.
Okay.
Did you say don't screw it up?
I did say that.
I would never.
So go ahead, and do you want to repeat the motion?
There was no motion involved, we just gave direction to staff, so I think we can, if I can find the correct page, we can move on to someone who's been patiently waiting through all of this. So, human resources, item 5.2. Take the following actions regarding the maintenance worker / custodian and building and grounds maintenance worker 1 classifications. 1, approve a side letter agreement with the general unit modifying spreadsheet A of the MOU regarding the maintenance worker / custodian and building grounds maintenance worker 1 classification. And 2, authorize the Director of Human Resources to modify the alphabetical listing of classifications, changing the ranges for maintenance worker / custodian to G168 and building and grounds maintenance worker 1 to G172, retroactive effective July 1, 2022. Go ahead.
Correct. So basically there was a compaction issue with these positions, and what this does is it actually gives more of a career path for these people in these classifications instead of being pigeonholed into one, say, custodial function versus a position of increasing responsibility and technical ability. And so it provides a little bit more from a retention aspect as well.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions, technical questions? Do we have any public comment? I almost forget to ask on these ones.
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, no with that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve as presented.
Have a second?
You were not quick enough. All right.
Oh, sorry.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, go ahead.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 5.3, pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.410A, authorize hiring candidate employee number 03033 as an administrative coordinator 2, extra help at range G200, step B, in the Trinity County Sheriff's Office retroactively effective to July 1st, 2022. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for part-time extra help administrative coordinator 2 at A step is $2,678, and at D step is $3,093.
Okay. If we don't move to bring them on at the D step, we run the risk of losing this person. That being said, with the new jail, we're also having to add additional staff. This person has over 10 years of experience, and what we would like to do is be able to bring them in at the D step so that they can just basically slide right in and start taking care of some of those administrative functions within the jail.
Any technical questions? Any public comment?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we thought we'd close the public comment, bring it back to the board.
Move to approve as presented.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Yeah, this will teach you to ask to have human resources put in front of anything cannabis in the future.
All right.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are adjourned. We don't have any closed session. See you guys in a couple weeks.
Where are we going?
I didn't even get anything with my camera.